We're back in session for tonight's study session, and it is a comprehensive plan and zoning and subdivision codes and other. And our presentation will be given by Community Development Director Don Ferguson. Go ahead and turn it over to you, Don.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. I am really excited to present my first study session for, as you can see here, comprehensive plans, ordinances, guidelines, and other plans. Next. Oh, okay, so first we will talk about the comprehensive plan, followed by the zoning ordinance, the subdivision ordinance, the mixed-use district design guidelines, and other plans such as the Parks and Recreation Plan, the Master Transportation Plan, the Trails Plan, and the Gateway and Wayfinding Plan. Next slide. So at the end of our study session, I hope that you understand what are these plans, what their function is, how they relate to each other, and when do you apply them and who decides. Next slide. Okay, so we're going to begin with the comprehensive plan. What is it? The comprehensive plan is the city's plan for the community. It's a living and evolving document. It identifies and addresses the city's interests associated with land use development. It looks across physical space, so space that's adjacent to each other and spaces that are further away. For instance, what happens on the north side of the city if we make changes to the south side, or what happens to a property that is adjacent to a different one. So again, we're looking across different spaces. We also look across time. The time horizon for our comprehensive plan is 20 years. This is actually a common time frame. It's short enough to be relevant and to work for us, but not too long where it becomes irrelevant. Next slide. So we're talking about the comprehensive plan in detail. It is comprised of 3 chapters. Next slide. So the first chapter is the introductory chapter. It talks about the purpose and the use of the comprehensive plan. And it also discusses the overall vision and the direction for how the community is planned to grow in the future. It also contains various vision statements. You'll see here the 2018 City Council Vision Statement. I'm happy to read it to you, or we can take a moment for you to read it yourself. And next slide.
And I believe Councilmember Hudson rewrote it at this free,
which I think is much better than that.
Great. And next is the community vision. It's the community's interest to enhance our unique character through welcoming neighborhoods, a strong sense of community, vibrant gathering places and thriving businesses, a robust open space and trail system, and ease of mobility while looking towards the future. Next slide. So there are 5 land development interests. These interests look at current conditions, projected conditions, and to come up with that future vision. For instance, we would look at current population, what we expect that population to be in the future, and what's our vision for that population. For instance, where do we want them to live? What amenities do they need? What support services do we need to provide? Also, it considers market financial and physical realities. The city does not build housing, commercial, the market does. So we need to be aware of what the market is supporting, the financial realities of our developers that are developing, and also the physical realities of our land. We don't have just flat land. We have, hills, valleys, drainage ways. So we're not going to just put down a grid system type of development. We have to work with our physical realities. Next slide. So the 5 land development interests are parks, recreation, and amenities, economic development, housing, transportation, land use, and growth management. Next slide. So for each of these 5 interests, there are a vision for each. So for instance, parks, recreation, and amenities. The city envisions providing parks, recreations, and amenities for all of our citizens in a variety of different ways. And for each of these interests, we have stated goals and objectives. So we won't go into the goals and objectives now because there are many, but understand that underneath all of these visions, there are specific ways that we imagine meeting our vision. Again, I'm happy to read the vision statements, or you can take a minute to read them yourselves. It's up to you. But I do like reading. So vision for parks, recreation, and amenities. And this is like very exciting for residents. It is to ensure parks, recreation, and amenities encompass new recreation facilities, a variety of park types, natural areas, high quality schools, and regional recreational amenities through an integrated citywide network of open space, greenways, parks, and trails that are accessible to all residents of the city, no matter where they live. Next slide. Vision for economic development. Ensuring economic development that reinforces, expands, and develops our unique and connected town centers as vibrant community gathering spaces that support a range of distinct businesses and restaurants, event space, entertainment venues, mixed-use development, civic amenities, enhanced walkability, quality design, and supportiveness of housing. I do want to point out to the right of each of these vision statements is the map. This is the map of where the land use is planned for. On this map, you'll see blue on the east side of I-25. That is our community benefit zone. This is a rezone that you approved last year. And again, the idea is to create an area where we can execute our plans for the city, a physical place for these plans. Next slide.
What's the red?
Yes, red is for commercial, mixed use commercial. Our vision for housing, ensuring housing that builds on our friendly small town feel and provides high quality housing for all life cycles. Integrated into great neighborhoods and set in a natural setting while providing opportunities for new types of housing in close proximity to our walkable town centers. You'll see the map to the right. The typical housing with a variety of lot sizes is shown in the, I guess, more orangey yellow. The brighter yellow is areas for housing with larger lots typically. And then there's a kind of a tan, and now that are areas for housing with really large lots, like 20 acres in size.
Don, can you go back to the slide before? Of the red economic development that we're looking at in the slide before,
Natalie?
what has been used and what is still available to us?
Natalie, can you go back one slide?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Is there a way to show that? Because we do have limited space.
So this has not been developed,
This has not been developed yet.
has not been developed.
Uh-huh.
It's
And that there, is there infrastructure even to that?
no.
No.
So
Okay.
this would be part of the east side, Shay and, North Canyons are negotiating right
And
now.
what is that zone? East, south area? What is that?
Mixed use commercial, I think 75,000 square feet of commercial.
Okay.
The red bit on the bottom.
Several.
Oh, this part, right? Oh, yes, around 75,000.
So we never talked about that.
Yes, mixed use, so commercial and, mixed and housing. That's the idea there.
What about the southwest, Fred?
This is, Jack Vickers' property. That was annexed into the city 2010 or 11.
Next, mixed use commercial.
Yeah, so he's got 750,000 square feet of commercial and several hundred residential units. I do think that vesting may have expired. We don't, but it may be back up for him.
Okay. Which would be viable for us to talk about.
Correct.
And in this area where we are now at the library, most of that is already developed, correct? Most of this is. Okay.
Of course, we have the Parkway Plaza Plan Development area. And a lot or two within this commercial center here. And then a lot on the north side by the new Coastal Car Wash. You're welcome.
And the car wash lot in front of the Safeway. I mean, the old gas station lot.
Yeah.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, Safeway was supposed to have a gas station.
Oh, really?
Next to the bank.
Right in that corner.
It was leased at one point to another oil change place.
And we've seen a couple pre-submittal applications come in for it, but none that have come to fruition. Obviously. Okay, next slide. We did talk about housing. Any questions about housing?
Okay.
Next slide.
Building houses like crazy.
Okay, our vision for transportation, ensuring transportation that facilitates a safe and connected community through off-street and on-street pathways, a highly connected road system, new transportation options, unique gateway features, streetscape improvements, and signage that represents the community's high-quality aesthetic and character. On the map, you will see the variety of different street types. Arterials are larger streets. Collectors attached to are kind of the middle type of street classification that attach to arterials and to local streets. So again, these are our future plans for that we envision for the street network. Next slide. Okay, our vision for land use and growth management. Ensuring land use and growth management that provides a high quality of life community with exceptional design, augmented by extensive access to open space and physical separation from adjacent communities, which together support a healthy, aesthetically pleasing, and cohesive community. On the right is the future land use plan. You will see the red are the commercial areas, the yellowy oranges are residential, and green are open space and parks. Here. Next slide.
Donna,
Yes.
going back to that slide, how do you define? Because I haven't worked with you too much yet since we've gone from Sam to you. We can go back to that slide. Oh, there we are. Right here. Oh, I'm sorry now. Right there. Physical separation from adjacent communities. How do you define that?
So physical separation would be to make sure that the city of Castle Pines has a definite separation, that you know that you're in the city of Castle Pines and not in Douglas County. You know you're in the city of Castle Pines, but you're not in town of Castle Rock or Lone Tree. So it's about having defined borders so that we stand out and we are, again, not mixed up with other surrounding communities.
Do you believe we're doing that now?
I do believe that that is our goal. A lot of what we see here has been in place for a while, except for the canyons. So I think we have done a really good job with the canyons of separating ourselves from what our community looks like in the canyons to what Douglas County communities look like adjacent to us.
There's two, I think that's part of what the Gateway project is intended to do, obviously, is, and if you look at the Gateway project, every entrance to town has some feature. The other component that we are involved in, and I don't know, Donna's been involved since recently, is that there's a 3-mile plan that every municipality has that really works with the adjacent community. And in our case, thinking about the buffer with Lone Tree, Coventry owns the hill. And so we worked with Lone Tree to maximize the chance that that would never be developed and create that buffer between us. So there's several ways that we create that identity and making sure that we're unique and identifiable, and it's not going from, the only way you can tell the difference is the street sign logos.
And next slide. Okay, chapter 3 is about what are the strategies and what are the projects that can help us meet our land use development goals, and what that type of support looks like. So next slide. So these right here are the top 10 strategies and projects. And on the right at the top are the types of support that we would need, that we've identified that we would need to move these strategies and projects forward. So underneath, these are the 10 main ones, and underneath these 10 are subcategories. And again, so it might mean that for us to support healthy aging, we need to do a code change, or we need to work with our agency partners to provide, housing for a certain age group, etc. So there's different ways that we can go about implementing strategies and projects. And also in this section, next slide. Oh, that's okay. Also in this section is kind of an evaluation of what can we move forward that is going to be really effective, and what is the cost of it in terms of time or money. So it's about understanding what are our priorities and how we can meet those, what it takes to meet those, and are there priorities we can get to really quickly and really efficiently? So the comp plan does review those items too. Okay.
Well, I'm sorry. Can we go back? I'm sorry, Natalie. Enables the city to control how property is developed. I didn't think the comp plan was a governing document.
Oh, so we just skipped a slide. We went forward a slide while we were finishing up the comp plan. So now we are in, yes. So I will say is that the comp plan is very important. It helps guide all the ordinance approvals that we do, all of the plan making we do, and also helps us assess each and every land use development application that comes forward to us. So this next slide, where you will see that what you were just referencing, next slide. Now we are talking about,
You're in the zoning.
now we're talking about the zoning ordinance, also known as the zoning code. Yes.
Before we go into the zoning codes,
Mhm.
can you just talk about how else as council do we use our comprehensive plan to drive policy? And is it mandated? Is it suggestive? Is it prescriptive? So how do we as council members use it when we're making decisions?
So the comprehensive plan is a guideline, right? It's a visionary document. It has objective goals and objectives that we believe will help us move our vision forward. It is not code, it is not law. You use it to guide your decisions. For instance, if you're making a policy change, it's a touchstone. You can look at the comp plan and decide how if it furthers the vision for the community. And we use that comp plan, like I said, in everything that you do, whether we're approving an ordinance, we are making a plan, or actually reviewing and deciding on a land use application.
The code will trump the comp plan. So, right, so if an ordinance requires something and arguably that requirement is against what's in the comp plan, the code control.
So yes, so ordinance are law. We use them to support the comp plan. And yes, if there's some type of a zoning ordinance that may conflict or not completely support the comp plan, any ordinance we would follow the ordinance that would, I guess, for your term, trump.
Yeah.
The comp plan.
And similarly, you know, the rights of landowners and those kinds of things, comp plan too. At the end of the day, because that's the law, whereas the comp plan's a guidance.
Correct. Correct.
But I think the question, if I can jump in, is critical to why we're doing this right now, because we want to start with the comp plan, and as you know, Donna's going to be presenting an updated land use development. And so really thinking about comp plan and to minimize the chance that there is a conflict between the two and maximize the opportunity that as you're thinking about and approving or modifying what we present to you for the Unified Land Development Code, it should be in service of the creation of your comp plan, right? And so this is a very intentional path of this information that we're providing for that very reason. So the question is spot on as you're thinking about it. So thanks for bringing it up.
And Donna, with the changes within the community and just the different demographics that change within our community, how often should we be revisiting the comprehensive plan as council? I know planning and zoning have done an update on our comprehensive plan and then was shown to us, but we haven't really dug into it since I think when we created it in 2018. I think I have the dates right. So how often should we be doing
that? So we should be checking in at about 10 years and then really starting to develop a plan for what needs to be updated in our comp plan about 5 years earlier. So you're checking in and then you're starting the process for the outreach to make sure our comp plan is still in line with our vision. And then, so we can then move forward to our ordinances to make sure those support comp plan.
So are we at that place then? So that 5-year mark? Where we start checking in?
Well, I said we got to have about 8 more years because this comp plan was approved in 2018. 2021 is my understanding.
Yeah, the things I wrote in 18.
The variable I would say, Mayor, though, is that the magnitude of the growth is something that the council should also be considering.
That was
because in 2018 we had roughly 10,500 people. We're now 50% larger than that. In 6 years. And so really thinking about the change in that demographic, or not the demographic necessarily, but the change of the 50% more people that are here that may or may not have alignments of this, and reaching out to them And then I would also follow up on the, the built environment, because as Donna was saying earlier, part of this really is dealing with the built environment and thinking about the speed or not speed of how the built environments change. And if you guys are feeling good or want to change something, those two variables, I think, very much play into the overall timing from your perspective and where things are going. Because we can.
If I understand it correctly, from a build perspective and from the city overall perspective for the future, I mean, the comp plan, large purpose for it is consistency for builders and applicants. They want to know what the city's future plans are. And we have had a lot of changes, not only in growth, but also in, we take over the parks, we have the URA. I mean, there is a lot of change for the city. If you're going to come build here, want to build a business here, or start a business here, I think there's some changes that the city is and how it looks and will be perceived in another 5 years. So I think there are some changes that probably should be reflected. But am I wrong?
No, I think that if you go, and Natalie, you don't have to go back to it, but if you go to I think it was the last slide on it, everything on it, because we had an annexation, and because we've had numerous annexation agreements, right?
Mm-hmm.
The overall, there hasn't been much shift between where the higher density units are, the lower density units, where the commercial property is. That kind of built environment hasn't changed.
No.
But where I was going with the mayor around the built environment is there's assumptions around what that might look and feel like. Then it starts to get built, and then there's different opinions about what happens once it's actually gone vertical, right? An example might be we don't have it necessarily, but maybe the transition zone from residential, there was some industrial too close to that. And so an industrial building goes in and people say, we want to extend the transition zone further from the residential units or something. Not necessarily, but if something gets built and people go, not sure that that's what our intent was, let's go back and look at the comp plan and say something different. In our case, it's a little, I would argue, and maybe these guys would say something different, that it's a little moot because of the annexation agreements that really guide a lot of built environment, especially on the east side, right? That's all under annexation agreements and subsequent amendments, et cetera, like that. But your point, I think, is valid in the text of the comp plan, that there is a lot of the story is very different than the map changes, which I think are more than.
But the comp plan is flexible, and it's meant to be flexible and adaptable to changes that go on that we try and foresee or that we don't foresee. So it's really it's not necessary to be updating the comp plan every 5 years, like I said. Again, so because we know we're growing, we have an idea of how much we're growing. We've already kind of thought about that. If there's significant changes, then we start seeing a big disconnect between our vision that we set 20 years ago and now. Then we start looking at it. But again, it's meant to be flexible, adaptable, and sometimes there's wiggle room in the comp plan. So it could meet some type of goal and objective and not another. It's not meant to meet everything. It's just meant to be a touchstone. Does it further? It doesn't talk about the degree of,
So it's truly creating the vision for what we'd like to see in our community, and the choices we're making are driven by that vision.
correct.
Are we going through this whole document tonight? We'll be here till midnight.
That's just the outline.
We won't be, but you'll stay.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff for one study session.
She skipped all of it.
I'll speed it up.
Was that?
There's not that many more slides.
Yeah.
No, I was just looking at this, going, okay.
No, she's coming back for Saturday.
There'll be
Toby,
a
can you
test
get breakfast?
next week.
What's that?
There'll be a test next week.
Oh, yeah.
All right, the next slide, please. We're moving on to ordinances. As we discussed, the ordinances. Oh,
I don't know that you went through this whole slide.
No,
No.
she just came to this.
yeah,
Oh, no. Or now.
yeah, this one, this is the slide. Oh, all right. Zoning ordinance. This helps to implement the comprehensive plan. This enables the city to control how property is developed, specifically how is the rules for private property development. It has three main components that we're going to talk about tonight: a zone district map, zone district regulations, and site development standards. Within the zoning ordinance, it also discusses processes and procedures. We won't go over that tonight, but just know that this outlines if you're going through a zoning, what you need to submit, what is the process for review, etc. So next slide. Okay, have you all seen our zone district map? All right, so every single property within the jurisdiction of the city is zoned. So this zone district map, you'll see the most amount of color you see is blue. Blue indicates a planned development zone district. So almost the entire city is a planned development zone district. The darker blue right in the center, I highlighted that. That is the Parkway Plaza Plan Development, just to kind of give you an idea. You'll also see a green long strip. That is a property that's zoned agricultural zone district. And honestly, that is a remnant. It used to all be agriculture, but as it got zoned, then nobody took that property that's underneath the power lines, okay? So it's not like we're gonna be
Farming?
zoning chickens or anything like that in that
That's what.
strip. Yeah, right.
Yes,
Cows, roaming up and down. You'll also see a small yellow area that's estate residential. Estate residential is a reference to residential zoning on larger types of lots. And PD districts, planned development districts, are customized zoning. So it typically a mixture of residential and commercial, different different uses within the bunch. And we'll talk further about planned development districts next week. I won't make it too long.
Go ahead, Ron.
Just short answer. HOAs, can they negatively impact what we have up there? These are the city zones. And the HOA say, nah, we don't like that.
HOAs can have more restrictive regulations,
and do.
Okay, I understand that.
but not less.
Can they negate what we want to do?
Well,
Okay.
well, except if we wanted to say have chickens,
Yeah, I was just gonna.
their prohibition of chickens would hold.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of our guys wanted to have bees, and they said no.
Who's that?
And, of course,
Oh, the HOA.
the HOA said no bees. They call them. What do they call them?
I remember.
They called them livestock. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. Well, everybody would work out, but that's what they told me. I talked to the guy. He said, no, bees are livestock. You grew up in a different world than I did.
And I have a question. There are going to be multi-acre lots in the canyons. Why is there no yellow?
So this is reflecting the zone district, not the uses within the zone district.
Gotcha.
How could I not know that?
It's
Why we're
a-
here
it's a-
today.
It's a planned unit development. So it's the zone district of the PD.
Bring it down
Oh,
the curve.
land development, got
Come
it.
on.
Oh, and also the light blue, that's our business zone district. Standard business zone district. Yeah, so again, this is just district information, not the details of what's in the district.
Which it might be, I don't know if this is how you would describe it, but the business district is really what I would consider a normal zoning district.
Straight zone.
Straight zone district, yeah. It wasn't, it's not negotiated. There's not a mutual agreement. It's an overlay of uses, allowed uses, or use by special review that the city council has laid out on this property. The property owners didn't come before and negotiate a plan development.
Like a template.
And if you go back to older communities, a lot of older communities, it's almost all standard zoning districts and does not have planned unit developments. Because it wasn't until 70s, 80s, maybe.
Probably, and a lot of jurisdictions are trying to go away from customized zoning, like Denver. Denver is trying to get rid of all this land development.
Well, let's let that be our model.
Yeah, right, exactly. It hasn't worked.
In theory, it's more control of the body.
Right.
Next slide. Okay, next are the zone district regulations. So each zone district has regulations. And these regulations are prescriptive, so they are prescribed. They cover things like land uses, principal uses, which are, the primary uses allowed on a property that are a use by right, no question. So if a single family residence is allowed on that property, I don't have to get permission to put my single family residential property there. It is permitted. Accessory uses are uses permitted only after a primary use has been established. So I want an additional garage on my property. As long as I have the house, I can have that accessory use garage. Then there are also uses by special review. Uses by special review are typically uses that we would think would go on a particular property in the mix of the other principal uses that are there, but we might need to really look at impacts and make sure we are providing the mitigation for those. That would be a use by special review. Other things that are in the zone district regulations are heights, typically maximum heights, setbacks, minimum setbacks from property lines, from streets, minimum setbacks between buildings. Also, there are some regulations are for lot sizes. What is the minimum lot size that we want to see? Is it a land use pattern that we want to have all big lots, or do we want things really close together? So that's what lot sizes are used for. And then, of course, we look at the intensity of land uses. And this can come about in a number of different ways, either in the number of units per acreage, the number of units just period for entire plan development, the number of square footage of commercial uses, or floor area ratios. So you can have, 2 floors per your lot, things like that. Next slide. Okay. Another item in the zoning code is site development standards. Site development standards kick in for properties that are anything other than single family detached residential. So this would kick in for commercial, this would kick in for a duplex or a multifamily unit. And this, again, is prescriptive. We are controlling to make sure that there's proper grading and drainage, there's proper site access, minimum landscaping, correct parking amounts, maximum lighting levels, and also we're looking at signs. How many, what kind, the height, their setback. Thank you. So the next thing we're looking at is the subdivision ordinance. This also implements the comprehensive plan, and it enables the city to control how the land is subdivided. So how we cut up the land into lots, tracts, and right-of-ways for streets. We are trying to also preserve unique and distinctive natural features, natural landmarks, critical wildlife habitat, wetlands, historic features. We are also wanting to make sure that we're accounting for a proper street network that's efficient, that drainage is efficient, that we're providing for water and sanitary services, and that the tracks, the size of them, where they're located, that they're size, the proper configuration, and the proper relationship to other lots and streets. And then with the subdivision ordinance allows us to enter into agreement with the developer to make sure that we know what we're providing and what they're providing, what's being paid for, and when it's going in. Again, to ensure a proper development pattern for our city. Next slide. Okay, so we hear tracks and lots all the time, but I just want to make sure that we use tracks for non-urban development. So tracks are used for the things other than houses and commercial buildings, used for drainage areas, parks, and also drainage parks are one thing. Yes, open space. And then we use we carve out lots for the future development. So the subdivision zone code does not build anything. It just cuts up the land and gets it ready for somebody to come in and develop it. And again, cuts up the land so we know where the streets are going to go. And again, ensures that there's proper water and sanitation services being provided, not by us, but whatever district is in that area. And again, a little bit more about the subdivision improvement agreement. We enter into agreement just to make sure everyone knows what everyone is responsible for, who's paying for it, how much does it cost, and when is it going to happen. Next slide. So the basic steps of land use development. We create the zone district, and the zoning code allows us to do that. To create a zone district, brand new, is a city council decision. City council decides on all of those terms of a zone district. Next, the subdivision of land would happen. Again, that's the subdivision code. City council decides how that land is going to be subdivided accordingly. And then third is the site development part. This is from the zoning code. It only kicks in if a property if it's commercial or again, a non-residential detached structure.
Donna? So just like a flow, there's a zone, and then there's land within zone, and there's site development within land, like do these?
Correct. This is the steps.
There's this, okay, thank you.
And let me just, shoot. My question was gonna be, I am getting old.
Get it?
So as you saw with the zone district map, all of the property within our jurisdiction is zoned. So unless they're coming in for a major rezone, you're not gonna see a zone change, or I should say, you're not gonna see an application for a zoning. But you did, Parkway Plaza came in for a rezone. You saw that one. We reviewed all of the land uses, all of the standards, and approved it. So now that land just happened to be subdivided because it was subdivided in its previous zone district. But now we're getting the site development applications because these are uses that are non-single family residential detached. For site development plans, the planning commission decides. The city council would decide any appeals to a denial. Next slide.
And can I ask a question about that? So when that comes back to us, because do we look at an application anew, or do we look at a denial? So do we look at the denial or do we look at the application in new?
There's a legal term.
De novo.
Oh, I love that. I want a t-shirt.
We could also like race judicata.
You're just making the hairs on my head.
Collateral. Estoppel.
All right, so this is the mixed-use district map. This map shows where areas are designed for commercial or residential uses that are non-single family detached. This map is important because it adds a different layer of site development. These are the areas that we can look at more stringently for what the design of the site and the building looks like. And again, they closely match the land use map that we saw earlier for the red for commercial. I can't remember what map that was, but yes, the land use map. So next slide.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. What's the significance of the 0.25 mile radius?
The circle?
Yeah, what's the significance of that to be displayed differently on this map?
So those three little dots indicate areas where a neighborhood commercial center may be put within residential. So it's not necessarily where that dot is, but it's going to be somewhere in that dot.
And that is not, it could be anything. I mean, like, in other words, it's not like you're saying small, like, it's not like a small square foot Starbucks, or it could be a giant Kroger.
No, it could be small neighborhood commercial center is defined within the Canyons plan development. So only certain types of neighborhood commercial can go there, but it's designed to be small, local in nature, something that a resident would just need to run out and go get milk, right? It's not it's not a Home Depot.
So a single store, shopping center, strip mall.
Is that like what's the coffee shop over there? Is that
Exchange.
the exchange?
Yeah. Is that?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Very local in nature. But so again, it's all of those areas that we would apply these mixed use design guidelines. So let's go ahead and next slide. So again, this also is an implementation tool for the comprehensive plan. It's another layer of the site development process. We are looking at building and site design. We're to achieve a certain look and a layout of the building, the parking, the landscaping, circulations, and the relationship to the street. And again, we're trying to promote a unified and cohesive community functional design. This is performance-based rather than prescriptive. So we are looking at what it looks like, and we are not dictating that it needs to be presented in a certain way. And let's, do you have any questions? I'll go to the next slide and I'll show you a comparison. Okay, so how is the mixed use district design guidelines different than zoning? As I said, it's more performance-based. So while the zoning would dictate the maximum height of a building, the mixed-use district design guidelines are going to talk about or look at the form of the building. Does it have undulations? Does it have varying roof heights? What does the color look like? What are the materials they're using? So while the zoning would say you needs to be a setback, a minimum distance from a road, the mixed-use design guidelines would say, how is it oriented? Should be facing this road and backing to this area. We look at the relationship of that building to the street and the surroundings. Well, the zone district would say you can only have a maximum amount of light. The design guidelines are going to look at that light and see at the light, what's it look like? Is it in the appropriate place? Is it too much light, even though it's a maximum light, do you really need the light there? So that's what the design guidelines are doing there.
So if we had this mixed use design guidelines before this whole area was built, that would indicate that you'd want the storefronts facing Castle Pines Parkway, that could have been in the mixed use design guidelines, that would be the place you'd put it.
It could have, if the comp plan supported that design element.
Okay, I just trying to figure out where it's zoning versus design.
Mhm.
And let me step back, because this is the thing I've been trying to struggle with tonight. The comp plan doesn't have to support that decision in the ordinance, right? We can pass that ordinance whether it's supported in the comp plan or not, right? We don't have to, because comp plan is not a binding document.
It's a framework.
It's a framework. So if the comp plan did not support facing these buildings that way, we could still pass an ordinance that made it happen.
You could, and
We could use it.
there would be some.
No, I get it. What I'm trying to do, I mean, 'cause the way you said it made it sound like we were not allowed to do it. And
you see that if the comp plan supports.
well, yes, you said if you could do it if the comp plan supported it.
Yeah, so again, the ordinances are in support of the comp plan. So back then, I don't know what the comp
In
plan
theory,
is.
but not in requirement,
In theory,
but not in requirement.
correct,
That's what I was trying to get to.
yes.
Being the Pope.
Yes, and being a warrior.
Mixed use design guidelines, really, east side. Obviously.
Right, but I wanted to get back to the comp plan.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah.
Ordinance is
Dog with the
strong.
bone is what that is. So I am fascinated with this because this is, now I've never gone, and I say it all the time, I've never gone to planning and zoning meeting because I've been encouraged to not to. Because I've been
Yes,
encouraged
good.
to not. So there's so much about this that I don't understand. Because it seems to me that some things have been denied where they could have been kicked back to the applicant and said, with them asking them to meet certain criteria. Because I think instead of just a blanket denial, you could say, your application is missing X, Y, and Z, go back, fix this and come back to us. And I'm not sure that our planning and zoning commission currently understands that. So, because I'm seeing some of these, if you meet 90%, this 10% would, if you fix them, you could come back and we could approve you because it's the goal. So is that possible? Is that within this realm to be able to do that with the mixed use and zoning? Or is it one versus the other? Because one's zoning and one is mixed use. Is that possible?
Yes, I'll give you an example.
Okay.
So Service Street, auto repair business over here. They were looking at the design guidelines and they felt that it didn't have very well-defined pedestrian connections, or that there was too much, there was not enough parking. So they kicked it back.
Right.
To say, you know, we'd like to see the parking here. We'd like to see a pedestrian walkway here. And so that went back to planning commission and it came forward to them and then they approved it. So yes, these types of things in the mixed use design guidelines, that's what gets negotiated because again, it's performance related.
Okay.
It's not code.
Yeah, code is different.
Yes.
It's either you're breaking the law or you're not. Okay.
Okay, and Michael said just a few minutes ago, really talking about the east side when you're talking about mixed use design guidelines. But that's actually not what you just said, which is we obviously have design guidelines for this side, right? And we have them in the King Supers area, whatever that's called, and we have them over in the other area at the Legay and Castle Pines Parkway area.
Yes.
Because wasn't that one of the issues with the interior self-storage? And the planning commission denied it because there were certain like lack of trees or what, I forget what it was exactly that they didn't like.
Sound wall.
But it was a design guideline issue, wasn't it?
So planning commission recommended denial of the zoning, which they were considering at that time,
That was a
land
zoning
uses
issue.
setbacks, yes, not design.
But there are design guidelines for over there.
Yes.
A lot.
Thank you.
And again, zoning would dictate minimum amounts of landscaping, but the design guidelines would talk about where that landscaping needs to be. Does it need to be along the street? Does it need to be 2 buildings? Does it need to be in a place to mitigate light from headlights, that sort of thing? And then parking. The zoning code dictates what the required parking is. Design guidelines look at where it should be on the lot in relation to the circulation of pedestrians and parking. So again, it's more performance related. Also, site access. Zoning code says you got to be able to access your site. Got design guidelines say, you know what, it'd be better over here for circulation. So that's the difference. But again, these only kick in for non-single family residential detached projects. Next slide. All right, so other plans, we're not going to get too far into this, but I wanted to mention that we do have other plans. These are the major ones that we use in looking at our land use development decisions. We have a Parks and Recreation Plan, outlines where we imagine parks should be for the use of our residents, what kind of recreation facilities we would like to see. There's also a trails master plan to provide for off-street connections and to make sure we're connecting the right places like parks to neighborhoods. There's a master transportation plan. Again, we're looking at our street network, what size streets should be where, how they should be connected into our local areas. We also have a gateway and wayfinding plan to help, again, distinguish our city, make sure that people can get to where they need to go, whether that's a commercial area or to identify a certain neighborhood. Next slide. All right, so the comprehensive plan and our various land use development interests. When we're looking at parks, recreation, and amenities and determining if something particular land use application is supporting that plan, we look at the Parks and Recreation Plan, we look at that Trails Master Plan, we look at the zoning ordinance. We have to make sure that if we have a trails plan, that we have a zoning ordinance, that will allow a park to go in a particular place we want it to. And again, we look at the subdivision and make sure it's if we want a big park, we got a big piece of land for that park. Next slide. Economic development. Again, we use our zoning ordinance. We want to make sure we're allowing commercial in the areas we want it to go to. We want to make sure the lots are the correct size for the types of commercial land use we want. We are looking at the mixed use design guidelines to make sure we have the look and the feel and circulation. Also looking at the gateway and wayfinding plan to help assist in getting us to and supporting our commercial areas. Next slide. You can see the theme here. Housing. We need to make sure we have a zoning ordinance that allows all kinds of housing that we want, and that the lots are subdivided into the right size. And also, if it's going to be a duplex or a mixed use, that it has the look and circulation that we want. Next slide. Okay. Transportation vision. We need a transportation plan. We need to know where we're anticipating we'll need the roads. Trails are a form of transportation. We want to make sure, people can get to places other than the street. We got to make sure, we are connecting streets to the proper zoning and residential land uses again, and that we have the right size lots, and that we have signage and to get to neighborhoods, identify neighborhoods, and identify our streets. Next slide. Same for land use and growth. Our zoning ordinance has to support where we want our land uses to be. Subdivision ordinance needs to support the size and layout of the streets and the lot network. Mixed use design guidelines help support that land use look. And the gateway and wayfinding plan helps us to get people where we want to direct them. Next slide. So our learning goals, we just revisit those. Our comprehensive plan, it is the overall plan for the city. It is a guiding document. It looks out 20 years. Ordinance are the rules for development for private property. It is essentially a contract document. We say they can build it, they get to build it. Mixed use design guidelines, these are not guidelines, but again, they help us to work with an applicant to get a certain building and site design that we want for our built environment. And then the other plans, the topical plans, again, master transportation plan, trails plan, gateway and wayfinding plan. Those are all plans that are in support of our vision for how we want our city to look and function. Next slide. All right, so again, the function of the comprehensive plan is it's the vision for the city and a kind of a roadmap for how we can achieve it through land use development.
And I'm sorry. I think this is the best way to say what the comprehensive plan is and how it impacts everything else. It is the vision for the city, and as we do everything else, we should be keeping it in mind. But it doesn't require anything. But it's just, this is what our vision is. And when you pass your zoning ordinances, when you pass your design guidelines, you make your trail maps, when you do all those things, you should kind of keep in mind what you develop with your comprehensive plan.
Yes, I just want to jump in. I think that's absolutely correct. It's supposed to inform your legislative decision making, whether it's zoning code adoption, any sort of other code adoption, subdivision. But I think to your earlier example, if there's a direct conflict and you're seeing that again and again and again, because we see this, you have to make a determination of consistency with a comprehensive plan.
Right.
That doesn't mean absolute compliance with every sentence and goal. So you can find consistency in a lot of ways, and there might be some provisions that aren't consistent. But if you have a problem with one of the goals consistently, you should amend your comp plan, right? So,
Which concerns me.
Right, agreed, but I mean, we talked 5 years, 10 years. I mean, if there's something that, to your point, that's overwhelmingly off, we don't wait 5 or 10 years to adjust that.
correct. So if your comp plan said, we don't want to see any development anywhere in the city that's taller than 3 stories, and you actually want your business district or, some other area to be maybe 5 stories with step downs, you might want to change that language in your comprehensive plan, right? So there are mechanisms to update it.
Like your example, do we have anything in our comp plan about hospitality? Hotels?
No, but I'd love to.
I don't know in the comp plan language,
Well,
but certainly in allowed uses.
Oh, yeah.
Correct.
Or something.
Design guideline, I mean, so I'm still, Jeff, I'm kind of with you. I'm still, or maybe you're past.
I finally got it.
You find, well, like, what would say that a hotel can't have more than 6 floors? Or if the city says you can't be above 40 feet or 50 feet, whatever, I forget what that is.
Zoning
That
guidelines.
would be zoning, that should be zoning code, but I know I've been in other jurisdictions in a situation where a comprehensive plan or sub-area plan, I'm sorry, I was on, had some height language, which is always kind of cringeworthy, and it put the city in a pickle because they have this language from 20 years ago in one of their comprehensive plan documents, and it didn't keep up with the time. And you've also seen examples where I know that I've worked with Sam on 1 or 2 where he's brought in an amendment to the future land use map ahead of a zoning map change, a rezoning. I think on the east side, so he brought that forward because it really was kind of in conflict with the map. And so he brought forward a text amendment and a map change in the comp plan to get buy-in from a legislative level before he brought in the rezoning. So you've seen it. I mean, the body of council has seen this happen.
Okay, so that's why I was kind of a weird example to start, but now it's actually a legitimate question. Do we have anything in zoning or planning or comp plan or anything to address hotels?
Yes, so it is a permitted land use.
I mean, with restricted height restrictions.
And no, there's nothing that would, no, in the areas that a hotel would be permitted, there are, like very high maximum height restrictions. So no, we've got those allowances to permit the hotel at actually very high heights.
Okay, so we can put something higher than the road way in.
Yeah.
Okay, before I start reading this tomorrow morning on the internet, we are not contemplating building a 20-story hotel. That's a promise.
Higher than 2 floors.
At this point in time, we're not looking at an application or discussing a multi-story hotel or motel. We're not doing that currently.
Hotels now can go in the commercial district at the business district.
Donna, you're not helping me. We are not contemplating building a multi-story.
But at the same point, we're also not contemplating a single story motel.
No, we're currently not.
And whether they can or whether we're contemplating it are two.
We're not contemplating building anything.
That's right.
Let's be clear. If we're gonna contemplate.
So if I can understand, we can make incremental changes to the plan. For example, if it was written in 2018 or 2020, there's probably not a whole lot in there about affordable housing, but today we're concerned about that within the city. So should we go in to some degree and amend the competency?
You could, and I think that, you know, there is a housing section.
Mhm.
And I think the process would be, and I haven't reviewed it, but I think this is the process in your jurisdiction, is, you know, if council were to review the housing chapter of the comprehensive plan and feel that it's outdated, you would probably direct planning commission to update the comprehensive plan, and then it would be brought before city council for ratification. So that's typically how.
Thank you very much.
Well, to go on this, because I personally am not concerned about affordable housing in Castle Pines, but the legislature is, and there are new laws in the state that now are concerned about. Do we write something in their comprehensive plan that reflects now state law? Because that is now our reality.
I can't answer that right now. I would have to review the state law against your comprehensive plan. But if there is state law that is applicable to home rule jurisdictions and your code does not comply with it, I think your code.
So that's different, sorry.
That's different.
But not the conference.
Right.
But again, I don't have it done.
Because Castle Pines affordable housing is not what,
No.
this is not priced into affordable housing.
And I would make a larger statement. Just remember, whole, you control all of your documents, so you don't have to wait for anything.
Right.
If there was an overriding issue, you had affordable housing, we need more language around
Motels.
accommodations. I'm not saying motels.
Oh,
I'm not even contemplating motels. If the mayor wants something else, as you just heard,
Yeah.
you would let us know. I just want you to know you're in control.
No, we don't
You
have
are
to,
the
we don't have to do an entire update. We can just do
No,
an
no,
amendment of
that's-
a small
We
area.
can do this. Let's
I
set
just-
it up.
Right.
I'm just commenting
Yeah,
on the
gotcha.
way you posed the question. I want to make sure that you guys all understand.
Yeah.
You get to make the
Exactly.
decision, however,
it's not calendar.
it's not calendar.
Okay, it's not gonna do, but so the comment, you just made a comment a few minutes ago about planning commission would be the one to update the comp plan. Well, who actually owns the comp plan?
You do. So you would direct them to do the work. And then it would be brought, so they would approve it. So they would say, so if you said, our housing chapter is out of date, we want you to study it, work with, develop a new chapter. They would review it, they would approve it, and then you would either ratify it or send it back to them.
Okay, gotcha. But it wouldn't be like they make a change, like, oh, FYI, we did this.
Yeah.
No, if you don't ratify it, then they got it back.
And that's what happened when we went through the 2018 is when it was created, and then there was an update which planning commission actually did all the work, and then we reviewed it and it came before us, not in a long meeting. It was just at a council meeting where we then approved the changes that they.
And again, I would say that our goals and objectives in the comp plan, they are broad enough for us to support affordable housing. Just by saying, hey, we want housing for all.
But the state doesn't buy that.
Yes, correct.
Whole different conversation.
Okay, so mixed use design guidelines, they outline the features of the city's desired aesthetic and function for buildings and sites. And those other plans we talked about, again, they're supporting or component plans to the comprehensive plan that are more detailed and topical in nature. Next slide. So how do they relate? Again, it's a hierarchy of support for the comprehensive plan, which is our vision. We have a zone district map and regulations. We have subdivision codes. We have and site development standards. And again, we have a variety of plans that support our codes and our vision. Next slide. So when do they apply? So they are applicable by type of land use development application. So you'll hear applications for zoning or rezoning or PD amendment. That's the terminology you'll hear the city council decides compliance of these types of applications with the comprehensive plan. And again, compliance would a bit of work would be consistency. Yes.
Or
Thank you.
alignment.
Alignment. Yes. Yes. I'll update that for next. And so city council would decide after planning commission has a review and a recommendation. So other terms for the subdivision process, right, are a preliminary plan, a final plat, or a major replat. So the preliminary plan is the first step in a subdivision. It's where all the heavy lifting goes, and it will come before you for a review and a decision after a review and a recommendation by a planning commission. The final plats do come before you too, but usually the final plat is all the technical things that you've already proved in the preliminary plan. How wide is the street? How wide is their sidewalks? What is the curb height? Those types of things. So you don't usually actually open those up and see those. You just, we ensure that they're consistent with what you approved and they get sent along.
You have proposal to amend that new land use code.
Oh, yes.
To amend curb heights?
Motel heights.
And then there's the site improvement plan. Right? We hear about a site improvement plan a lot. That is something that goes for the planning commission for a decision. So they are looking at alignment with the comprehensive plan, compliance with the zoning ordinance, alignment with the mixed use district design guidelines and the other plans such as gateway and wayfinding plans. And then if the planning commission denies the site improvement plan, city council is the appeal body.
So who drives a major replat? Is that the designer or the city?
Oh, typically the designer, the developer. It might have been platted for a certain vision they had, and then maybe they go bankrupt. We get a new developer in and they're like, I have a different vision.
So if our collective group didn't like what the city council 10 years ago did, we just didn't like it. If we go in and raise it as an issue and change it, or do we have to go through the development? I'm not saying they didn't do a good job. I'm just curious.
I think that would be a question about the rights of the developer in the current zoning. And if we change that, then we'd be looking at a legal question about whether we're allowed to make those changes, right?
Can you repeat the question?
We decide that whatever those guys and gals did 10 years ago, agreeing to do what Shay wanted to do, we didn't like. We just didn't like it. We want to do a major replat. Can we initiate that? Or does it, we have to convince Shay they need to do that?
So have they developed it?
No.
So
We're
they,
getting ready to.
so,
But they still have their vested.
well, it
Yeah.
depends, well, it depends on if they have vested property rights. Right.
The real example.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if they have vested rights, which you can either have common law vested rights or you can have statutory vested rights. If they have vested rights, no, you
Okay.
can't change the rules of the road.
Thank you.
If they have no vested rights, you can make legislative changes that would apply to their property.
Okay,
I think that's different from actually replatting it for them.
thank you.
I'm sorry, would you please, what is the vested right?
Oh.
There we go.
I'm gonna explain by example, so, because I think it's the easiest way to understand it. So in Castle Pines, if somebody comes in and they get approval of a plan development, are plan developments identified in your code as site-specific development plans?
Yeah, and we have.
So,
Use the east side.
okay. So there is a state law, there's a vested property rights statute that says jurisdictions are allowed to identify which land use approvals are considered site-specific development plans. And there's a couple things that you're not allowed to identify, but typically it would be stuff like a final plat, not a preliminary plat, or a plan development plan, or a development agreement. Under statute, if folks say, yep, I want this to be my site-specific development plan, city council approves it, by statute, they get 3 years to develop it based on those approvals. By development agreement, they can say, city council, we're doing all of these really wonderful things. We need time, the market might change, this is a huge development, there's multiple phases. We need more than 3 years, and that's very typical. So it's typical for larger phase development for developers to say, hey, we need more time. Maybe it's 10 years, maybe it's 40 years. And so then those are the rules of the road for 40 years. Now, you know, if you have a well-written development agreement or approval, it'll be very clear what's vested. You might say your uses are vested, your heights are vested, your site setbacks are vested, but your design guidelines, you know, so it really, it's all over the place, but that's the idea. So that's statutory vested rights. And there is common law vested rights, which is basically, you didn't go through that process of identifying a site-specific development plan and getting the 3 years and going through the statutory and code process that allows you to get that kind of stamp. You can get common law vested rights if you get a building permit and you start doing work under it. And then you're allowed to finish up what you started. And that's common law vested rights.
Makes sense. I wish we would have done this like day one of when I started with council. This has been so informative.
Yeah, but to some extent, I don't think either one of us would have understood it then.
Okay.
Next slide. Okay, got a pop quiz. All right, zoning ordinance, subdivision ordinance, or mixed use district design guidelines. What determines the permitted uses for a property?
I'm not kidding.
Yes, it does.
Good.
What determines the minimum height of the building?
Minimum height.
That's right.
There's a minimum height for a building?
It's a,
Oh, that should be maximum.
Oh, okay.
We don't want to 4-inch high buildings. I can't even get in the door this.
See, you're listening. I like it. What determines the layout of lots and streets? Subdivision. That's right. What determines where tracks for open space and drainage, where they should be located? That's right. What determines the amount of required parking? Amount. Zoning. That's right. So what determines the maximum lighting levels?
zoning.
Yes. What determines what the building should look like?
Design.
That's right. What determines the best placement for landscape? That's right.
So Donna, when you do a pop quiz, it's customary to bring prizes.
No.
It's gonna be on the
Next slide.
Their stands.
That concludes our study session on comp plans, ordinances, guidelines, and other plans.
You did. Thank you, Donna.
For your first time out, you did.
Donna, it's just a question on this document, but I just want to make a comment. I just want to thank you.
Yeah.
Very, very well done. I've learned so much tonight that I didn't even know I didn't know. And you did a fantastic job. I just want to say thank you.
Yes.
You're welcome. I'm glad I could help.
You did. Thank you.
Thank you. And you guys had great questions, and it's really helpful to know how your minds think. So hopefully we have, lots of good things to share with you next week.
Well, I do have a question, and it's pretty specific, so I hope I can step on my own feet because it is so specific. I'm a two-term city councilman, and in my first term, I never had an appeal. So I'm wondering, as I'm now getting ready to hear a third appeal of the current Planning and Zoning Commission, what have we done wrong in how we've set up this zoning and planning commission, and what can we do as this city council to set them up for success? And what do we not understand about the city currently in our planning and zoning and our comprehensive plan, that there's obviously some confusion somewhere in how we are looking at our applications, because obviously there is something somewhere where we're not looking at criteria properly. So before I look at this next application.
So before you look at the next application,
Well, this appeal.
okay. So we are going to have very similar study sessions with the planning commission that we had here tonight. So this next planning commission meeting, we will have a SURSA study session. So we'll have somebody come in to talk about, I guess our what it means to be a planning commission and our liabilities. And again, I think that yes, there is. I guess I want to let you know that it's okay. I think to have. It's normal to have tension between planning commission and city council. That happens. But I do feel like we can do a better job of educating planning commission of what their role is, what all these things mean, comprehensive plan, it's a guiding document, the ordinances that are code and design guidelines, and where they're influencing and how where they need to influence and how they're supporting council. So I just think it's a matter of taking the time and to start doing these study sessions with them as well. I don't think anybody is doing anything wrong necessarily. It's about providing them with the information and the guidance.
Okay. I'm going to leave it there because I don't want to get too in the weeds about something yet. I'm not sure that's a complete answer, but I'm going to leave it there. But I appreciate it, and I definitely appreciate the presentation.
And happy to talk more about it. Happy to support council anyway. Again.
Well, thank you. Again, any additional questions for Donna?
Next week is all things canyons.
Oh,
So,
Perfect. Thank you.
so it's continuing along.
Again, thank you so much. I know you put a lot of work into this. We really appreciate it. And you definitely hit the objectives for what this was intended for. So thank you.
I'm glad I could help. Thank you.
And next
All right.
week, we have a pop quiz.
keep it all.
All right, what, I don't think we were planning on a quiz for next week, but now.
That's for you guys, right?
Oh yeah, I wanted to bring candy or a little something, but I just didn't know.
Well, it's welcome.
This is not the Walker's can.
So
All right, we'll go ahead and close our study session now at 7:34. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. We will go ahead and start a conversation with Donna Ferguson is giving our presentation this evening. And Donna, if you just want to do a highlight a summary of what our topic is tonight. The study session, the city central business. Yeah, I will just add that in. And then if you could just tell us kind of what you're looking for from council at the end of this meeting before you start with your presentation.
Absolutely, I will. So this is a theme discussion. It's designed to set up a further discussion about our unified land development code that we are updating. So we're gonna, again, present the City Central Business District information to you and show you how, how the code supports the development of this area through zoning and site approval plan process. And so there are, I believe, 5 topics that we're going to be asking your feedback and direction on. And then, so we'll go over all of that. But again, it's a theme. We want you to think about the Unified Land Development Code and how, or if we need to make any changes to the code in order to support our vision for the Central Business District. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so here's our quick outline. We are going to talk about Central Business District basics. We'll take a closer look at the Central Business District legacy area. And then we're going to talk about how that Central Business District gets developed and how our codes entitle and move applicants through this process and discuss if what we have in place is good or do we need to make some changes. Right. Okay, so these are the topics that we're going to be asking your feedback and direction on, specifically the business district zoning regulations, interface mitigations, and we'll talk about what that is. We're also going to take a look at the site improvement plan process, the approval authority, as well as the approval criteria. Then we're going to look at the design guidelines, because again, to develop businesses in the commercial area, there are specific design guidelines. We're going to make sure that those are in line with what we want them to be. And then, of course, as our businesses, we have to have design plans. So I want to just kind of briefly touch on what your thoughts are with signs in our businesses. Yeah.
Hi, Donna. Do you have a map that shows the area in which you're referring?
I sure do.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next slide. Oh, here you go. Ask and you shall receive.
That was quick.
So you've seen this map before. This is an overall map of our zone district. In the center in red is our Central Business District area. It's actually made up of two different zone districts, and we'll take a closer look at that. So the solid round line, that is the legacy business area. That is what you see here and now. The dotted line is our future emerging central business area, right? So that's what we are envisioning in the future 20, 30 years down the road. So again, central business district is an area where all your business activity occurs, right? It's supposed to be centrally located. It's supposed to be located along highways or your arterial streets. And it's seen as a prime location, and we want these areas to be highly accessible. And again, these are areas that serve local customers, so our local residents, but also ideally we want them to serve regional customers too, and bring that outside residents or money into our business activity center. And many times, most of the times, it's also an area where you have your higher employment. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. So this is the legacy area. I just wanted to point out, you know, the colors aren't really defined here. See if that helps. Thank you, Toby. All right, so this is the Central Business District Legacy Area. It is made up of two different zone districts. So this is the zoning that entitles the business uses, the land uses. In the southwest corner, where it's darker maroon, that's Parkway Plaza. Over here, over here. And the rest of the red is zoned business district. The business district is a standardized zoning district, and Parkway Plaza is a customized zoning district.
Sorry, and the green is the power lines, right?
Yeah, so the green is zoned agricultural, and that's exactly where the utility lies. The yellow is estate residential, and that's kind of a leftover zoning from when we took it over from Douglas County. Next slide.
Sorry, Don, why on the slide, so the current North Metro District building, where does that, I know it's not a business per se, but where does that lie in this?
Yes, so it is underneath the, well, I should say.
Well, I'm thinking of that,
I'll
plus,
show you.
plus the south of Walgreens, is that part of the central business district?
Yes,
Oh.
and I'll show you a different picture too.
And I think you have a pointer too, if that helps.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, thank you for the reminder. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so again, I wanted to also point out the emerging central business district area. It is on the east side of the highway within the Canyons PD, which is a customized zoning district. So it is entitled for mixed use. So it's not only commercial in business, but it's also permits residential, either single family or multifamily. So it's designed to be a business district with multiple different land uses. The regular red is just mixed use, and the darker red is mixed use marketplace. And we talked a little bit about mixed use marketplace when we talked about the Canyons plan development. This is supposed to be a more walkable design area. So again, they're still all mixed use, but the design with a main kind of street is supposed to be in that maroon area. So we're not going to talk a lot about this. We're going to really stick to the federal business legacy side. And next slide.
Can I ask a question on your on that other one? On that prior previous on the prior map?
Okay.
There we go. On the prior map, bottom right.
Yes.
Is that there's a red square at the bottom right of Crowfoot Valley Road? Which one is that zone?
Mixed use as well.
Thank you.
Kind of like a satellite business area.
Right.
No doubt a gas station.
Okay, so we're taking a closer look at the legacy side. So the red is the outline of what the business district is considered. And I looked at all of the lots, we put some dots on them. So number one, the business area is about 130 acres. It has an established road network, so there's no new road connections or intersections planned at this time. You also notice that it interfaces with residential. I don't know, how do I work this thing?
It's got a button you have to hold.
Okay. Oh, I see now. Okay. So it interfaces with residential along this northern side and along the western side. So it's either the residential is either developed or it just is yet to be developed. And so we want to recognize this and understand it and take some things into consideration with regard to that. So in this legacy area, there are 52 lots or tracts. There are 29 developed lots, and any red dot means it's a developed lot. And you had asked where the Metro District building is. It is right here outside.
So I don't know if you're gonna get there, it's probably not part of this conversation, but I'd like to better understand the you know, if you look in the northeast corner, what are those zoned for?
There, the green?
Yeah, I won't put you on the spot or ask those detailed questions now, but I'd love to know more about specific, I'm just out of curiosity, like, what are those for? Like, the south of the property south of the Kindercare, whatever that is. Northeast corner, northwest corner, sorry.
Over?
Yeah, so I don't know, remember if like we were talking about that land right there that's west of Walgreens, south of the preschool.
Yes, all these green ones are vacant lots and they are zoned for, as a business district.
Who owns those properties, those three you just pointed to?
These right here, or no, not, these two right here are owned by the, North Canyons Metro District. Not North Canyons, is it North?
They'll be ours.
Okay, what is it called?
I'm sorry,
The
say that
name
again.
is escaping me.
North.
North Metro District.
Wait, you said OBRs, what's that?
They'll be
It should be ours.
They'll be ours.
They'll be
They
ours.
will be ours?
They'll be
Yes.
ours. They're part of the property transfer.
What? I need explanation on that.
So let's not, I'm gonna ask tonight that we not talk about specific lots. Not that we can't, because we actually do want to talk to council about it. But we're really here to talk about uses and approval criteria for site improvement plans and how those interrelate. And so we can certainly have a further conversation about each different lot and the development potential and our thoughts about it. But let's get through the basics. If we
I would
could.
only ask for an email to address those couple things and how we'll get it. Nothing major. Just
Yeah,
to
no, that
refresh
one's-
my memory, it's some other date.
Yeah, it's just part of it's part of the total property transfer from the Metro District is why those are coming to us.
But
What council wants to do with it is entirely another discussion.
Well, that is.
correct. But as the entitlements go, as the zoning goes, they are within that business district.
Yeah.
Okay, and again, we will become the owners of them, we'll have some control, get talk about that further. So anything green you see is vacant. So these three up here, vacant in the business district. Any blue you see, those are tracks that are drainage or open space. So those will not be developed. And then you'll see here is that a mixed use apartment building within the business district.
And I guess I would say just to answer your question, be crystal clear, all the other lots that are green are private property.
Okay.
All private.
Yes, thank you. Next slide. So again, we're just taking a closer look. So we're going to take a closer look at both of these zone districts. So again, business district is the lighter red. Parkway Plaza is the darker red. It spans about 2/3 of a mile from the Castle Pines I-25 interchange.
You say it's banned, what's banned?
So the business area
Okay. I see 35.
at the widest part, about 3,500 linear feet. Next slide. Okay, so just a quick overview, comparing the business district to the Parkway Plaza PD, again, which are both the two zone districts in the legacy area. So the business district was established by Douglas County in the 1950s. The city inherited this zoning at the time of its incorporation. The business district has standardized zoning. So all the lots within the business district have the same use potential and development standards. Parkway Plaza, it too was originally zoned the business district. However, it was rezoned to Parkway Plaza on August 8th of 2023. At that time, it was given more customized zoning regulations, so the uses are different and the development standards are different. When we rezoned that Parkway Plaza, we essentially removed some uses that were entitled in the business district and added new ones that we thought were appropriate. And we also changed the development standards, such as height and setbacks. to be more compatible with, nearby residential. Now, whether you develop in the business district or Parkway Plaza, you have to go through a standardized site improvement plan process. You have to align with the standardized design guidelines, and you have the same sign code allowances and what zone district you're in. So again, we are concentrating on this business district area. So next slide. Okay. So these are what are being updated with our unified land development code. So that's what we're looking at tonight. We're not looking at any PD zoning or regulations this time. Next slide. Okay. So the business district zoning regulations are prescriptive. You have a list of uses that are permitted. There are primary or principal uses, accessory uses, or uses by special review. So we're going to go over those today. There are standard height, maximum height requirements, standard setback requirements. We'll also talk about the lot size requirements and the intensity of use. So how much you can build on the lot. Next slide. So we're going to start with principal uses here. So these are all of the principal uses that are permitted within the business district. So
Permitted?
yeah, yes,
Allowed.
allowed. I should say.
Section-oriented businesses are permitted?
It is a permitted principal use. Correct.
We have to allow some areas of the city for that kind of use.
And this was the only
And
area.
this is the only area.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
So what do we think about these uses? Are they appropriate for our business district? Do they help, I guess, bring our vision for our central business district to fruition?
Don, I think honestly, it might be easier to look at the ones that are not approved uses. It's hard to look at this list and say,
Well, we're not looking for an answer today, right?
oh,
We
okay.
want you thinking about it.
Yes.
Okay.
So if we were to change this, it would only apply to someone who were to buy this land in the district in the future. Because it's already zoned.
It's already zoned business district, but yes, so if we were to update our zoning, we could change the permitted uses for the future after we update our zoning.
Otherwise, everyone else is grandfathered.
Well, correct. So if there was already a sexually appointed business in, you mean, they would be able to.
Couldn't change it now and have some-
Correct, yes, but
But if
vacant,
it's vacant.
If it's
Vacant.
vacant now and we change it, they
Yep.
have to comply with the change.
correct.
So just a vacancy, not an ownership change.
So it doesn't have to be a new build, it could be a lease.
Owners could object to the changes.
No, hold on, like Ben, you just said, if someone were to build something. I just want to clarify, if someone leases an existing unit, they're also subject to these principal uses, not just if I have a new build.
Correct. Correct.
So now I'm a little more confused. There's a piece of land, there's a building on it that an owner owns, and it's a lessee who's lessing that space. The lessee leaves the space and a new one comes in. The whole owner of the land is not the one beholden to these rules, it's the new lessee.
Yes, I mean, ultimately it's the property owner, but there's, the property owner cannot, I guess, should not be leasing it to a tenant that, for use that is not permitted. And when we get business licenses into the city and we look at that use, that's our time where we're like, nope, this does not fall into permitted use.
Okay, I thought it was more tied to the ownership.
No property
And
owner.
changes in who's inhabiting.
But it would still be a legal non-conforming use, and they would be allowed to continue to operate if the use wasn't terminated for a period of 6 or 12 months, whatever is in the code. So there's an opportunity to continue a legal non-conforming use, if the code changes through no fault of the owners or users of that property, then they get to continue that use unless they terminated that use for a period of time.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's just a lever that I didn't realize.
Yeah.
So
So we said no restaurants in that area. I'm just being,
Yes, right.
so, and the restaurants are in that area. They would have 60 days or something to continue to be a restaurant, or they would always be able to be a restaurant until they either sold their rights to the restaurant or
And it stopped operating as a restaurant for a period of time, and typically that's 6 months or 12 months. in
Okay,
your
so
zoning code.
even a new restaurant owner
Could
could come
come in.
in and buy it and still continue
Yes.
to operate a restaurant for a limited amount of time until.
Now, yes.
And as long as they moved in within that 12, it's
Yeah.
12 months period. Yes, but after 12 months, then they lose that.
And if you think about the gas station when the Taco Bell changed over, because council had put a moratorium on additional gas stations back whenever. So the gas stations are legal non-conforming use. And one of the ways that the bishop at the time got them to move forward with it was they were getting close to that 1 year. If you remember, it sat vacant for a while, and it was saying you're going to lose your legal nonconformity if you don't return it to a gas station, get up and running again.
Mm-hmm.
So it is an incentive to get it moving again, and we utilized it here fairly recently.
So I'm sorry for going on tangents, but this sparks another thought. So in the case of a restaurant, does my liquor license continue, or is every new restaurant operator required to get a new liquor license?
So if I understand you're asking, so there's an ask for us. If we would like to change the coding, the zoning or the plaza,
No,
is that what you're asking us?
excluding for the West Commercial District, so everything from Legay, east, and north of Gaskins Park.
So change, you're asking if we as a body would like to change the zoning for the business district,
Correct.
except for one plot of land.
Which has a separate
Zoning.
zoning.
Correct.
We changed it.
So you
I
have to,
understand, which again would be, make us look like we, had.
if that property owner wanted to agree to an amendment, that property owner could say, oh, I like what you're doing for the West Commercial area. And could certainly join on, but you can't, that is a separate agreement. That you need that party.
So would we not want to change the zoning for the entire city? And the owner currently would be grandfathered into their
So
zoning.
they have a separate agreement as does the east side of the highway. So everything we're talking about changing in the land use code doesn't, from a use standpoint, doesn't affect either of those. We're going to get further down. If you think about the slide sheet had that had the site improvement criteria on the bottom, those are universal.
And you believe this makes it a more simple process?
It's just what we have.
Yeah.
Not simpler.
But if we change it and then we have multiple zoning,
We already did.
We customized Parkway Plaza for a reason a year ago. So
Yeah,
now
it
it's
is.
stuck with what it is.
and so we have multiple zoning here in this,
Well, no, you have one set of uses in West Commercial.
right?
You have one set of uses
Right.
on the Parkway, and then you have different set of uses on the east side of the highway.
So we currently have three.
Yeah,
Yes.
and we're just
So this
asking.
doesn't do anything else other than drink something.
And our question is again, not for this evening to Chris's point, but would you like us to come back with some recommendations or some thoughts after you give us some direction about some potential changes, additions?
So does it still fit within the mission and the?
Yes, thinking about what's your vision
Do we make
for the
additional
comp plan.
changes?
Yeah.
I have one input on that, please. When we customized Parkway Plaza, and that's my word, we basically customized it. It was told to us that it was inadvertent, that open space on park was removed. I would like to make sure we do not remove open space and park, yeah. Open space trails should not be removed.
Oh, from the permitted use.
Exactly, it was removed from the Parkway Plaza permitted uses, and I'd like to ensure that, if we adjust this, that we not adjust it to remove that.
We actually carved out a brand new open space zoning district for Parkway Plaza.
So that's why it was removed.
So it was just removed from the place where we wanted the business developed.
Yeah, but we made it a particular spot instead of allowing it throughout, which in my mind limited your ability to require a trail to or something to connect certain places, or a pocket park next to the McDonald's, or a trail to the McDonald's. So to me, it was a problem.
I'm gonna talk about.
But no, we're not. I'm just saying a particular business, so I apologize for that. I meant a particular business. So the storage facility or something of that nature, that's when it happened. It was when we did the storage facility. So that's what I'm referring to. And so my request is that we not do that again.
Right, to make sure that whatever we do still allows us to have pocket parks, trails, and those sort of things, whether that's through whatever process we do that. Okay.
But don't I see open space and trails, right?
It is saying don't get rid of it.
So then, Linda, I have another question. So I don't have a vested interest in the last bullet point, but you mentioned that we have to have that. Why?
US Supreme Court.
Well, yeah, that's a whole separate topic. I'm happy to share that with you. But it really is a matter of the First Amendment rights and the US Supreme Court and circuit courts have said that it is a matter of freedom of expression.
Yeah.
And so you can't completely prohibit this kind of use in a community unless, for example, it's there's just no opportunity for commercial. Like I think Cherry Hills Village might be the only community that might have an argument that there's really no opportunity for a business to go in there because they have commercial lots in the entire city.
So is that the only one that we cannot remove? If we're looking for feedback, is there any other that we?
Church should stay.
Is there any way before we, obviously we've been asked to look at this list and make recommendations, any way we can identify on the deck or something, which ones are not removable?
Sure, I'm happy to place a note on there and send you the.
Or an asterisk or something?
And I think these are very outdated. These are very outdated, terms for uses, right? Like a church, I think in more contemporary land use codes is referred to as a place of public assembly. And then it captures more than just churches. It captures synagogues. It captures cultural facilities, country clubs, that kind of thing. So I think I would love that recommendation. The goal is really, hotel, motel. I mean, I think there would be different vocabulary. Retirement home.
But this is the exact verbiage of.
Correct. What we have now.
Exact verbiage. So my ask would be two things. And there's point one is, can we have an asterisk or something that says these cannot be removed? And can we also have like what the current vernacular is for each of these?
Yeah.
Well, I think part of this is as we do a lot of times in study session, is council interested in updating this? And if it's yes, then to Linda's point, we'll go get some copies of other municipalities so you have something to compare with in similar like type of development areas similar to this. Obviously, there's other communities that have heavy industrial manufacturing that we wouldn't propose to come in here, but we'll go out and look at similar ones and then bring that back to you so you're not looking at it from a blank slate. So
that'd be wonderful to have some kind of reference.
Yeah. But we didn't want to do that until we knew that there was interest from the council to actually do.
One more. So to that end, I would assume that hospital would be updated to include medical facility, medical office of some sort, or medical provider.
And Proton, I have a real concern about as small as our area is and having schools as close as we do, having a firing range this close. Sure, that's probably some sort of
Supreme Court ruling. But we have such 36 acres, and we have these schools this close. We don't have a safe place. That'd be great if it's in Bunker. I mean, I love shooting. I love going to a range. I think this is a necessary place. I hate to be boxed in by someone who wanted to make points. One next door to the school. I don't know what our code is for that. But I'd like some protection.
And I would encourage, and again, we're gonna, as we continue this train of education, is you've got a comprehensive plan which identifies the council's vision for this area. And so part of, Christy, to your question would be to reread that, look at that and think about because we've talked about updating that as well. Does that vision in the comp plan still resonate for 7 of you? And then B, this is what creates that. And so I would venture to say, speaking a little out of turn, there is nowhere in that comp plan in this area that an indoor firing range fits the vision that council has stated through the adoption of the comp plan. So you would pull that out based upon the premise that that does not further the built environment of what council envisions for your comp plan.
If you have the downtown, it's different.
Exactly. That's my point. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Next to us.
Yeah. But we're going to tie that in for you as well, so that you can really think about how these either support that vision or don't support that vision, because these are those allowed uses, and that's what would be built here.
Good.
Well, then my short answer to your question, do we want to do that? Which was tonight's question?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, maybe we can move to
Okay.
the next slide. Let's move on.
Another one that I'd like to see added is a civic center. It may be place of public assembly, but something like a civic center where you can have a city or publicly owned property where you can have Memorial Day and Veterans Day ceremonies and such, and even a holiday situation. I know that some of that fits into others, but if there's language about a civic center or public use, I think I'd like to see that.
Move to the next slide there, Don, when you sit back.
Okay. So these are the standardized accessory uses and uses by special review for any lot within the business district. So a lot itself could be used as a parking lot, whether it's a public one or a private one, for a satellite dish, again, very outdated uses, or a single or multifamily residence for management of employees, provided that the unit is incorporated into a principal structure. This is actually kind of ahead of its time here.
Yeah, so I see that in developed communities on the East Coast all the time. You have a structure where there's people who could live above and businesses below. That would incorporate potentially as well.
Yes, but the caveat here is that it's for the resident for management. Right? So there's a connection between the business and the residential.
Yeah, that came up a while back.
So like if there's a bakery, the bakery.
Yes.
Or real life example, any storage facilities.
Right.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking of offices where somebody might buy a townhouse and have the office of a store below.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or so would it be okay if
it seems to be what that would describe.
But so would it be okay if there was a commercial business on the bottom floor and any old resident on the top, whether they were connected to the business or not?
See, in my mind, I like that look to city. I actually took some pictures of a town in Jersey to show you all at the point that's like that.
Okay.
And it's a very vibrant main street, but then there's an apartment on each one above where somebody could live, or there could be offices, sort of like Laramie.
Yeah.
So either one of those.
Okay.
So I like to have that flexibility because it allows people of different groups and economic grounds to live where they walk and live and work.
Currently, the way that we have it doesn't allow for that. Because it seems like that falls into mixed use.
It does, but right now, multifamily is a use by special review.
Okay.
So on to use
So
by
we
special
want a
review.
vertical mixed use.
Correct, and make it.
Because otherwise they could come without special review, you could just come and say, we just want the entire area apartments.
Yeah.
And it would be allowed. Okay.
Okay, so, use by special review. Heliport, I don't even know how you pronounce that, but. So, do we want that as a use by special review in our central business district?
The tournament will want it.
So is that, would that be relevant to
the
a hospital or something like
Or a
that?
country club maybe?
Or something.
Like,
Right, yes. So again, we'd want to make sure it makes sense for the principal uses that so if we have a hospital, yeah, makes sense to have that holding port. Right, you know. A resort that have 5 people in via helicopter.
This is a really Cherry Creek because they were not
Yeah.
Cherry Hills.
Yes.
Their mayor's talking about them using their yards as heliports.
Yeah.
It's a major
I mean,
issue.
and honestly, like residents don't usually like helicopters flying over their house.
No.
Or, right?
Landing nearby
Right.
because it's noisy.
Right, but so you can make a case for it, it's like for hospital or something, but like just, you know, so we want to think about that.
Qualification that it has to be for medical.
You could do accessory use for a hospital.
Okay, so you could be that specific.
Say first responder.
It's already encompassed in a special
Right now.
It's already
Right now.
encompassed in a special review process, because when you consider a use by special review, you could say, well, for this, yes, and for that, no. So it's already.
But you could shift it to,
You can make it
you
more.
could-
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe,
You just don't have.
so they don't have to go through the process, right?
If I wouldn't
It
do
makes
law
sense.
enforcement, if you're allowing a substation, I just wouldn't love, I would do both, I would do first responder.
Oh, meaning please.
Yeah, let's.
Okay.
I'm sorry, will you repeat that?
Instead
Are we back
instead of
to?
limiting it just to hospitals.
Teleport.
Sorry,
Oh, the hell, okay, gotcha.
I was going to do first responders, because you do allow for substation.
Fires. Okay. So that would be fire too.
Fire as well, and we do have a fire helicopter in Douglas County.
Okay, so I see where you went. So if indeed we allow fire station, a police station, or in that area, if that's what we want to do, we want to make sure that they have that.
Landed helicopter.
Yeah.
So I would say let's keep it under special review, because
Insults.
I think the proposal is to potentially move it to accessory, so that's what I'm commenting on. If we're talking about keep it in under use by special review, then why add anything?
Because then a business owner who has some other type of business that isn't in the vision that we're thinking about sees that, they can come and apply. And they're gonna spend the money and take the risk because they want a heliport. And we haven't clarified specifically what we want it for. They're taking risks, spending the money, and then they come to council because it's use by review, we say no. If we are more clear as to what we want to allow, it helps a business owner to make decisions whether to come here or not for that.
And it does create more certainty for everybody, actually. It's not, oh, maybe roll the dice, maybe I'll get it, maybe I won't. And honestly, uses by special review are usually thought to be compatible uses, and you're just trying to mitigate impacts, but you really can't mitigate a heliport.
No, you can't.
Can't. So we have to decide, we're gonna allow it for certain uses, or we're gonna let everybody go for a heliport with a use by special review.
Are you deciding tonight, or are we just?
No, we're just,
So Mike, I have a question for you. So, forget the term, capricious and arbitrary. Are uses by special review, do we follow the same guidelines of not being capricious and?
yeah. Yeah, which is why Donna was just saying, if you left it here and then put in parentheses, where those associated uses would be, what you guys were just talking about. That creates the clarity that if I want to come in over to the country club's not, or heliport's not an accessory use to a country club. So then I got to get the police to come over and have a substation on my country club. Then I can. But no, I think we got.
All right, should we move on? So again, talking about the business district zoning and the standards. The maximum height standard is 60 feet. Setbacks are 75 feet from a regional or major arterial, that would be Interstate 25. 40 feet from a minor arterial, that is Castle Pines Parkway. 20 feet from a collector would be like Legay.
Which is monarch.
Just out of curiosity. That, I would see that as a collector. But I would have to double check with our master transportation plan because
Okay.
But it does.
Can I ask that? How many stories is 60 feet and is it from grade level?
So typically, well, because we do have topography here. So if it is, on property that has topography, you take certain measurements all around the building and you average it out. Okay. If it's flat, then that's easy to measure. But so 60 feet, we're talking about this building right here is probably 15 feet. So we're talking 4 of these.
Like 5 stories.
Roughly 15 to 4.
And it depends upon if it's commercial or residential, because they'll have different heights.
Exactly, they have different floor heights for what their needs are.
So I would say.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In terms of lot area, so you may or may have not noticed, we have some pretty small lots that are left to develop.
I'm sorry, Donnie,
Yeah.
you skip to 0 and 60?
Oh, so sorry. So the setback is 0 feet if you are next to another business commercial area. So you could actually theoretically have a building that covers the entire lot that's 4 to 5 stories tall.
And right next to the road.
We're sharing. a
Well,
wall.
and sharing a wall, yes. And then it's 60 feet setback from a residential area or an agricultural area or open space area. So lot area, there's no minimum size and there's no maximum size. And this is pretty common for business districts. If they need a larger lot, they combine them.
So if we said we wanted to change the minimum and our lots are smaller than that, what happens to those lots that are currently vacant?
So we would have to talk about that.
They would technically be a legal
non-conforming lot. Okay.
And then what does that do to the property? What kind of conflict does that put them in terms of developing? If 3 different people in 3 different lots and they all of them were next to each other and none of them met the minimum standard lot size, what happens next?
So again, as a non-conforming lot, they still be able to develop it. They would be subject to meeting that minimum or maximum lot requirement. It would just be, I guess, into the future if we expanded our business district. So again, we don't have one right now. It doesn't.
That's what I'm asking if you changed it.
Oh, yeah.
What would happen to a lot that was too small and it didn't meet those minimums? Would they not be allowed to develop without selling to someone else to buy a larger lot? What does that, I'm just trying to understand what does it do to the property owner? Well, they would be allowed to develop a legal non-conforming lot. It just depends on, whether the setbacks are too significant to even give them any sort of reasonable development opportunities. So if they're still subject to a 0% setback, then they would still have an opportunity to develop that lot. But they would be subject to the requirements that we impose.
Right, but that is a very good point. So if we do start, make changes to the lot area, we would want to make sure the setbacks are appropriate.
And you still have to do with parking and other issues as well. They have to deal with it.
You're right, they still have to meet those other standards, landscaping, parking.
No, I'm suggesting that. I'm just thinking there's those 3 lots that are very small and not very easily developable. And so we change that so that there's a minimum. Would that force something to happen? I'm not suggesting it, I'm just asking a question.
Right.
So that it could actually be developed. Because right now, the way it stands is it's not easily developed.
And some communities do have a lot merger requirement that if you own more than one substandard lot, you know, that they're adjacent to each other, that you have to merge those lots.
Okay. That's interesting.
Donna?
If they're under the same ownership.
Of course, this isn't the situation, but the 60 feet setback from residential areas, that seems so close to homes. That situation doesn't happen. The requirements for something to be as a buffer between these 60 feet between the businesses and the homes, is it a barrier? Is it vegetation? Is it something?
Not at this time, but we're going to talk about that.
I didn't think there was anything there. So I thought that you.
Yeah, right now it's just space.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I'm looking forward. And you can see that right behind this building. Residential and to the north is just walk. Yep.
Okay. So again, the intensity of the land use, which I touched on that before, it's really determined by the height and setback regulations and all the other site development standards that you need to accommodate on a lot. So again, if you did an underground parking, you figured out a way to do a little bit of landscaping, again, you could have 100% of that lot covered and with a building that's 4 to 5 stories high. But again, that we control that by all the other features.
So I'm going back to the setbacks. You know, there's been conversation about what the setback is actually measured from. And so what your expectation of what is setback from is not what you actually, 40 feet looks like one thing in one area on the road and 40 feet looks like on another somewhere else. So how is there a way that we can streamline that to make it look the same everywhere? Because it's not always measured the same way. Do you understand what I'm asking?
I do. Like how?
Is there a way to do that? Or?
Let me think about it.
Okay.
And I'll put that down.
So Donna.
Yeah.
We have a maximum height of 60 feet. You mentioned an underground parking garage. Is there a maximum depth?
No. Yeah.
When you get too close to the
6,500 feet.
Yeah.
1,800 degrees.
Next slide, please. Did you have any other questions? All right, so. All right, so back to our aerial of our central business district area. So again, this is where we're talking about that interface. So I want to say that, so we talked about how there's existing multifamily within the business district works. We already talked about how our business district interfaces with residential right now on the north and the west. And again, I want to say that the interface of unlike uses is inevitable, right? You can't have residential forever. You can't have business forever. 2 unlike uses have to be next to each other, right? And again, this is common for business and commercial areas to interface with residential, especially in mature areas. This happens in every jurisdiction, every county. So next we're going to talk about ways that people try and mitigate the impacts that can happen between residential and businesses.
That brings to mind a concept that sort of rolling around in my head, and maybe you can answer this, Michael. The vacancies have been that way for a considerable amount of time, and many people believed that the two Metro District lots in the northwest corner would be a park of some sort or would always stay open. Is this, people have the same presumptions about the Legate parcel, the Parkway Plaza area as well. So I think it's worth trying to understand now, is the recommendation and plan being that when the city takes those two plots over, that the intention is they be developed?
Ultimately, council will make that decision, but my recommendation is that we move it to parkland, which is what we've always talked about it being long-term in there, but that's a future conversation for council to consider. I know it's a little off, but they're actually really small developed areas when you look at where the power lines go through.
Yeah.
They're on the hillside there.
The
And
gulch.
everything since I've been here, and I think everyone here is familiar with it. We've always talked about that being more passive bike or just general trail and making it, formalizing it once the city took over that property.
Well, thank you for clarifying that, because it was in the back of my head, because it's included in business district.
Yeah.
We're talking about all these uses.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah, so we'd probably come with a rezone at some point once we own it, but another conversation.
For the future,
Yeah.
I just wanted to kind of get that out of my head. So thank you.
But I would like to add
Yes.
that I don't think that we should necessarily rule a business commercial use out for this area. There still could be, because there is a trail connection, and it would be, and we would get a trail connection from where it ends, like right in here. We want to get that down into this trail connection, right?
Right.
But that doesn't mean we need this whole area.
Well, if I may, that goes back to the permitted uses. And something that came up recently to my attention, commercialized sports. So a sporting entity that operates for profit or as a nonprofit, but is still commercial, can build a bunch of baseball fields there or something. And if we make sure
And it's
to
got a street.
include, right,
Yep.
so my thought is under the permitted uses, if we could go back to that to make sure that
Hold
it
on.
incorporates that as an idea,
Is
as
that
a possibility.
I don't want to go back. No. And that's, Michael was absolutely right. We're not discussing this tonight.
Right.
That's the reason the rest of the council kept their mouth shut and didn't want to engage in this tonight.
And again, you're just thinking about the vision for the central business district
Yeah.
and what uses we need for that.
We don't
We're not
wanna-
that's
right.
tonight.
Okay,
So we're just saying we don't want to exclude open air. So that's.
Yes. correct. And we might not necessarily want to exclude actually businesses from this area either.
Right, or commercial sports is my thought.
Right. So again,
Your thought.
Yes.
we're speaking about that.
Absolutely.
All right, so
But
next,
it's our business district. For all in the open space.
okay, sorry, you already changed it, Barney, thank you. So some of those mitigation strategies is to simply use setbacks, which is what we use now, 60 feet from a residential area or open space area. Another option is design strategies. So actually we do implement design strategies a lot. So for instance, where we would face the back of house of a busy business compared to the residential district, where we would put a trash enclosure, driveways. So there's how we would face the building, where we would allow a sign. We don't want a sign lit up and facing residential areas. So we do employ those strategies too. Another option is an actual open space with landscaping buffer. So you have to have a certain distance and you have to have a certain amount of trees and landscaping or berms or some other natural way to buffer a business from residents. Another option is use limitations. You simply either restrict uses nearby residential or you put in distance requirements.
So currently we have nothing.
Well, we don't have those. Right, so that's,
So distance requirements is nothing like 500 feet away from residences, you can or cannot do X, whereas setbacks is any building so far away from a property line.
that's correct.
Okay.
And we do have quotes through the state, but for liquor.
Right.
For liquor licenses, just.
What is that? For liquor licenses?
So 500. 500 is more for the school.
500.
But it's between schools.
Well, I would be in favor of seeing some recommendations.
Other than what we have.
Right. Which is nothing.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so next slide. All right, so we got our zoning in place. So how do we now get a building on the lot, right? Every commercial building and every residence that's not a single family residence requires a site improvement plan. So we get to look at what that building looks like, how it's situated, where it's facing, does it have landscaping, does it have enough parking, right? Everyone goes through the site improvement plan process. The only thing that's not required is for single family residential. So the review and approval of conformance to the site development standards right now, we follow code for that. For the review and approval for the design, that is not code, that is a guideline, but we use it really well, and we want to discuss, do we keep it as it is, or do we make it code? We make it like you must do.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
On the east side, are the design guidelines part of the code?
For mixed use areas.
It is in the code?
Yes, right.
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
It is, it's a guideline, but that area is included.
They were adopted separately, though, not in the code.
So it's not in the code
I
there?
don't believe it's, we can double check. I think it was a separate
So
council adoption by resolution.
Yeah, the canyons is business
Yeah.
mixed use design guidelines. I
Yeah.
remember them not being in the code.
We can look it up and
They-
yeah.
they
That's
are
what you're
not in the
talking
code,
about.
so they're not in the code.
Yeah.
They're not in the code, but what happens is that we have an approval criteria that says, hey, are you in alignment with our guidelines?
Right.
That's how we get there.
Yeah.
Wait, are we not talking about the business district anymore?
We are, but we call them mixed use design guidelines.
A comparable area that.
Just curious, where
Yeah, we're still
where
talking
we,
about the
where we
business.
would zone homes in the business district?
So the single family residential that you're talking about in terms of overall site improvement plan process is not relevant to the business area.
Correct. Correct.
That's
Interesting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so again, we have development standards that are code they must meet. Then we have these design guidelines, which are guidelines, but what are the approval criteria that, hey, are you in alignment with them? Okay, so but it is really two different. Our site improvement plans require a courtesy notice, a public meeting, rather than a public hearing and a public noticing. And there's no testimony part to our site improvement plan process. When we're taking testimony, it's part of the record. That actually is not included. Public notice. Well, yeah.
Well, general.
But
When would it be appropriate to address the concern about what our code says about where we need to post those notices, what newspaper? When would be the appropriate time to weigh in on that?
There's no newspaper public notice right now for site improvement plans or for plats.
Just for the zone?
It's for annexation and
Zoning,
Zone.
free zones.
so,
Okay.
but
Could you just let me know when I can weigh in on that? Because it's obviously not here and now.
you got it.
Okay.
So, so planning commission is the approval authority for our site improvement plans. And city council is the appeal authority. So I guess I wanted to kind of throw it out there. Are you still comfortable with that process? Is there any inclination to just make site improvement plans administrative?
Well, that's what I was gonna ask you. When I was at CML, and talking about our process and what, we've been doing. I had multiple municipalities that feel like I lost my mind. That council had never dealt with what we had just gone through, and that's not their process at all. They didn't go through the last couple of steps that we had done. That's approval was on staff level. Most of the criteria is really check the box, and it goes through staff, and the conversations are on staff level.
Parker does that.
Parker does that. And Silver and I talked about it, and several council members and I talked about it. And that process is worked on for that. And it's also, they were kind of baffled about why we do it. So I'm curious why haven't we done it this way? Other municipalities don't do it this way. Is there a reason we've done it this way?
So my understanding is that there was a time that it was administrative. Is that correct, Michael?
Yeah, correct.
And with having a very small staff at that time, it was a lot of responsibility for a staff member to make those decisions, especially when you have to have a really tight zoning code in order to make it a check the box. It's got to be tight. It has to be clear. And you have to know that, okay, if a code says this, it's clearly black and white. But when a code is not black and white and it's more gray, then it's hard. Then you're making calls on whether something needs or not. So
there's something we can't talk about. That's a good example of that.
Well, and that is where a few slides down, one of those things are, do you want to tighten up those criteria to get it to closer to check the box and then change the approval levels based on that? And you can even do it over different types of uses. I mean, it's fully at your discretion about how you want to break that up.
Go ahead.
So in a recent example, if it stops at planning commission and becomes administrative after that, who's the?
No, when you
It wouldn't.
It wouldn't go.
It'd be administrative.
So then if it administrative goes just to staff, also the appeal body?
No, likely be planning commission. I mean, you can do it there are different ways to do it. It could either be administrative, and then if they don't agree with administrative, then it appeals directly. No, I guess it would go through planning commission, at least some sort of appeal.
right,
So we
we
have planning commission or council.
So council, I think the question right now is more, is that something that we want staff to explore to propose to us? As what does that look like if we did administrative, and what are the consequences of doing it that way?
Well, obviously we can't make any decisions in the study session, but I definitely would like to see and explore tightening up our criteria. I think we definitely saw some weirdness as we explored the last of the field we looked at. I'd like to see what that looks like, what the criteria looks like once it's tightened up, and frankly, be more clear. This lack of clarity is just not. It lacks substance for it to understand, and that's just not fair. It's not fair to landowners. It's not fair to business owners. It's not fair to the community. They need to understand. We all need to understand. It's just not fair. We need a fair, balanced playing field for everyone. So I'd like to see that. And I understand staff was dealt an unfair hand because you got it. And it was like you inherited it. So I apologize to you for that. So first of all, I like that. Second of all, I'd like to know what other cities do that seems to work well for them. Or at the end of the day, and feels like they were treated fair. Because I don't think everybody feels that way. No. So that's my mayor. That's my thoughts.
Mayor, I agree.
Okay, yeah, I would love to also see what check the box looks like what does our code need to look like in order to do the check the box criteria for administrative.
I think you can go to the last slide now. I think that just.
I would concur because having the city council be the appeal authority for planning commission has that person by a certain degree of conflict that I'm not sure that we want to retain. So I'd rather appeal to one of the entities and then 1 and 6 after that.
Yeah.
Well, to that end, we just set them up there, which is also not fair.
Right.
We should not be overturning them as much as that also isn't fair.
Okay,
So if we were in the future to change the process to one of many which we were discussed, how does that retroactively do anything to decisions we've already made?
No.
any more feedback?
No need for explanation. No.
There was an exclamation at the end of that, at the end of that statement there.
Is there any more feedback you'd like to?
No, see that, I think it sounds like it will give us some more ideas of where we want to go and what it looks like to be able to do that.
Thank you. Next slide. All right, so again, this is just a kind of refresher. We start with our comp plan, which is the vision that we have for our central business district. Then we set the ground rules through the zoning. We have 3 different zonings that are implementing our central business district, and the site improvement plan, that is really about the technical review, right? It's most discretionary at the comp plan phase, and then less discretionary at the site improvement plan. And again, it's about, at the time we're at the site improvement plan, we already know it meets the zoning. We already know, should already know it meets the comp plan. There should be no real discussion about, does the site improvement plan meet the comp plan? We should have it set up so that we know it does. And that normally, of course, that's my recommendation. But again, there are other communities that have done the same, that always have a point back to the comp plan.
So Donna, where in here is our 5 criteria?
Oh, next slide.
I have a quick question.
I love all your keys.
Can you go back to the north? When you said there are other communities that always point back to the comp plan, how are you differentiating that from this? Or were you?
I'm not. I'm saying that conformance with the comp plan is embedded in our SIP. Should be embedded in our SIP process. Sometimes it's not.
I see. They don't always meet it.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, so here are our current 5 approval criteria. Supports the city's comprehensive plan. So again, this is kind of contradictory. By the time it gets to the site improvement plan, it should already have been embedded that it meets our comp plan. So this is kind of a disconnect.
Well, I guess I was there.
I would.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't think it's a disconnect. I think it's how you interpret that. And I think without saying more in terms of the comprehensive plan, it's ambiguous.
Could you say that there's room for clarity? I would agree with council 100%. The ambiguity in the word supports versus need has been something I struggle with. And I think it could be a concern going down the road. So yeah, I would support, not to pun intended, I really would like to see what we mean by supports, because I agree with you clearly by, it is met the comp plan, but does it support the whole vision of the comp plan is a different idea to me. So do we mean that? Do we mean the decision-making processes meet the minimum or support the whole? That's where I get the ambiguity.
Well, and if you go back to Councilmember Hudson's request for more clarity, check the box. One of the internal conversations and one of the things we brought before you is there's actual within the comp plan based on the various uses. There's actually, does it support, meet, whatever term we want to use, specifics, subsections within it, because this is incredibly ambiguous when it's the totality of the comp plan. And if you're looking at I don't know how many uses were on that list or whatever we want to end up with, but you could certainly call out specific uses and say, does this use meet these components of the comp plan? Which would be relevant because again, we're talking about a site improvement plan. And if council has kept updated on the comp plan and those uses are in service of that comp plan, I'd go back to Donna's term of embedded. It's by nature, it's embedded in there. And then does the built environment fit that, which is the site plan.
Yeah, and then the other part of it is, what if somebody finds that although it meets most of the comp plan criteria, it's clearly not supporting a couple of them.
Yeah.
So what do we really want the decision to be that's where I struggle.
And that goes to the specificity there.
I feel a real need to correct the record here. We've used several times, and if I used it incorrectly, I'm totally very, very sorry. Check the box sounds very passive. It sounds like we're rushing through a process. And that if staff takes it over, they're just going to push paper. And that's certainly not how this Castle Pines city staff operates. How it works now is everyone's trying to figure out what the mold looks like. You know, is this mauve? Is this mauve? Is this turquoise? Is this turquoise? What we need to do is be able to define it very easily. And this is a 5, and this is a 5. This is a 4, and this is a 4. It all needs to be very clear. And we all need to be able to have the same definition of terms, not just check a box and move on and be very quick about the process. And I just don't want it to look like that we don't take this process very, very seriously. When it moves to staff, it would be less serious.
Well, yeah, that brings up the idea that we may often have staff that look at it from an objective standpoint, not being the residents who live here and have the emotional tie that we as electeds might with our constituents. And so if the SIP approval criteria is administrative, needs makes perfect sense, but should the appeal criteria be broader? Like, where does the community interest and vision and stuff come into play, and that thought process of the people who live here come into play? It's again something I struggle with.
So, Councilor Moby, so I'm trying to self-define what you just said.
Yeah.
There's somewhere in here fit whether the public wants it or not.
Yeah, or no. I don't know that you can in an SIP administrative process, because it has to have defined criteria. But at what point or where can you apply more or less subjective criteria, but whether or not it supports the vision or a whole that we often look at as representatives of the constituents who live here, versus the objective application that the staff applies, and they don't have that emotional time. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not sure where that can come in.
Yeah, and I was just talking to.
Sorry.
I was talking to Don about the fact that I think that the vision is incorporated through your development standards and your design guidelines. So if you don't want car wash facilities within 100 feet of residential communities, and you don't want exterior vacuums within 50 feet or 200 feet of residential, then you're putting those standards under that kind of use. You can have it, but you can't have it in this way. You can do that with a host of uses. Vehicle sales. If you don't want any more, Centennial did this along Rapo Road. They determined as a council, as a policy matter, they didn't want any more auto sales places on Rapo Road. They wanted to create a more diverse palette of uses. So they restricted auto sales to what was existing along Rapo. So you can do that through your code and make it standardized. Like we could say no more banks. Yeah, although that's tough because it's kind of an office, I mean.
That's why I'm
Yeah.
asking.
No more drive-through, you know, fast foods.
So we did that in 2006, not we, but the council did that in 16 or 17 with the gasoline type areas,
Right.
outdoor.
So, and again, I want to see this in part of what you bring us. So residents who live in a very small community, they will see in, say, the plaza, that's criteria is already set. Let's say in that area that's so close to homes. Let's say someone wants to put in a Hooters, which is a restaurant, which is a sexually oriented business. There is no air in our community for them to voice their opinions about having a sexually oriented restaurants on a walkway, a path near a park, or where kids walk every single day to a school. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I'd like to clarify that Hooters does not meet a definition of sexually oriented.
Well, that's good news.
So like you said, it's a strip club in his scenario.
Or just serve good
Those
wings.
are not allowed in that PD.
Correct, not in that PD.
Let's
They're
say
not
across the street. You're being evasive, Linda.
So the question is, how would we allow that?
No, I'm saying there's no air, any community input. Those homeowners who live 60 feet away.
It's sort of,
If the
it
zoning
seems to be the
If
same
the zoning
concept,
permits.
same thing I'm struggling with, but said in a different way.
Real twist kind of thing.
You're making
Real
it
basic.
plain.
So I think the issue goes to what Linda was saying, which is, and it's some work, is let's say there's 20 uses that are out there. And you take each use and you contemplate what would it be like if it's on CPP? What would it look like if it's on Legay? What does it look like if it's against residential? And then you create the design criteria that says you don't want, restaurants greater than 4,000 square feet to be within 100 feet or 200 feet of a residential, regardless of whatever they wear, the waitress and waiter, right? Because it's a restaurant, that's the use. And so what you're thinking about is not the business, not the Hooters, but it's a restaurant. And a restaurant is an allowed use in the business district. So what criteria do you want to put on it? So we can walk through over time and just walk through every single one of those uses and say, she can put up that map again. And what happens if that use is over here? And then we can just add to those development criteria so that it does become the subjectivity is through the adoption of the design criteria and not putting us at risk during the decision-making process. Because then it becomes legislative subjectivity, if that's an appropriate legal term, versus the implementation of that through the administrative staff.
So back to Chris's original question, we can't get rid of the criteria. What you're saying is we can, with zoning, block them from the city?
Well, with the design guidelines, you can limit. So let's use the restaurant. How far away would you want if it's a little tiny coffee shop? Probably less impact than if it's a 4,000 square foot restaurant. So if it's a 4,000 square foot restaurant, what do you want for the setbacks from a residential to be for that? If it's got outdoor patio or music as an additional use or component of it, how far back do you want, or do you want it to be screened? I mean, all of those criteria can be written into the design criteria, all those conditions.
Okay, but the answer to your question is yes. If you make something administrative, there is no public
Yes.
input.
Yeah, but Donna, if our decisions are not subjective, and I may be being a little facetious here, why have public input? Because if it meets the criteria.
You're exactly right.
And I'm not trying to get around anything, but I'm asking, I think, a legitimate question. It fits the criteria, everything's good, but you have 1,000 residents coming here saying, we don't want that. there's nothing we can do. So like, there's no room for subjectivity. There's no room, like, yes, it means everything, but the residents just don't want it here.
And that was kind of my input too, because if we're not like on planning and zoning, you're the representative that's still, you're somewhere between administrative and elected, but we as the appeal body we represent the individuals. So when it says supports and meets the vision kind of language, then we can insert that there in that process, but the administrative process wouldn't do that, but there's value to it. And I get where you're coming from.
I'm not even talking about the process, I'm just saying, and I
view it as
it could be, but I don't know that it is. And I'll tell you why, because it doesn't matter whether it's administrative, whether it goes with the planning commission first, or whether, whatever that process is. If it meets the criteria, it doesn't matter how many people show up to not support it. We cannot say no because of the public. We can't use the public input as a reason to say no. So I hate to say this publicly, but I will. So what is the point of public comment? It doesn't matter what they say. We're not allowed to take that into consideration if it meets the criteria.
or the hearing itself.
Yes.
Well, currently, to turn it off again, currently the criteria includes more, so they're not all technical. So there is some judgment there, and you get to apply the comp plan and what you envision the comp plan to be against the application.
Understood.
And we're moving towards not having that level of subjectivity.
So there's pros and cons doing it both ways.
Right.
And here, there's the value that you have that subjectivity, but in some cases it may not be a pro, but in other cases it may be a pro. It just depends. So that's why we're.
And I would argue that the reason it's the lack, and it's part of why we're updating the land use code, but it's the carryover from Douglas County and the limited changes that have been made that created the subjectivity and the unknown. And that's hard for an elected body, and it's also hard for the applicant, right? So the applicant spends better part of a year, hundreds of thousands of dollars trusting through there. And so that's why one of the things we were recommending and talking about earlier is if you are much more specific around what the review criteria are, you can raise the bar pretty high, but then the business knows when they open that code, they're like, oh, I can put the restaurant in here, but it's got to be X feet back. I got to build a wall. I got to jump on my left foot, whatever it is. But if I can do that, then there is no subjectivity because the council, through the adoption of the comp plan, through the adoption of the uses, and through the adoption of design criteria and other things, have formulated it down to say to the community and to the businesses, if this type of use, not a business, but this use can meet these design criteria, it can go here, whether everybody wants it in this room or not, because of the name on the front door, right?
No, I understand all that makes sense.
We don't have that, sorry, and that's what creates the ambiguity that brings you to these five.
Understood, Michael,
A and E.
But even if we had really defined, really, no room for interpretation, whether it's an allowed use or whether it all is good. But the public says, I still don't want it.
They have an opportunity to say something when we're creating this criteria right now, what the list is that they have to comply with. And so we want their feedback, and we need to hear that they don't want X to be this close, or they want this, or they don't. So that's the time when we need to get their feedback and engagement to make sure that these choices and standards that we're setting up align with their vision.
Okay, that's fair.
To that end, I do support, and I'm glad you do too, a full robust public engagement on that. Because I think that's the best way to ensure it. But as a process, that's not exactly what I meant, but also that's unfortunate. But as a process comment, I support what I said because I do think that if we're gonna streamline it that way, we have to find a way that the public can weigh in at some point. Anyway. As a process concept, if it goes into the design guidelines, which makes a lot of sense to me, would it be possible to take the principal uses and use those same descriptions that we end up with? And then in the design guidelines, say, for this principal use, blah, 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 for this principal use, blah, blah, blah. Is that the idea?
Yes,
Okay.
and the categories would be broader than each individually used, because that would drive Donna crazy.
It would drive a lot of people crazy.
It might, but it's still.
But that's where the public could weigh in on.
Yeah.
You know, that's where we could,
Right.
you know, that's where the public can say, well, we would prefer not to have sexually oriented businesses, or they could say, I want a firing range if it's X. So that kind of stuff, is that the idea that you're thinking about?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
And you can look at different codes for examples. I mean, you know, there are plenty of them out there. I think Centennial has them for convenience stores, gas stations, car washes, auto sales, drive-through restaurants.
So in closing, from my comment anyway, I'm kind of in the middle of having it fully administrative versus semi-administrative.
Which is what we have now.
Well, now I see it as a recommendation, not necessarily fully administrative, but it's more of a recommendation that the planning commission has to either approve or deny. And then council, as the appeal authority, has it to either, either approve or deny. Yeah, I see it kind of as I see it as getting the criteria more strict, sounds very word, but maybe it is defined, but not to Councilmember Hudson's point of just having it be a checkbox. I don't know what that looks like, so I'm just asking you to think about those things when we have the discussions on this.
Well, you can, I mean, not to add complexity, but you can move more things into the use by special review. And then the use by special, I'm just,
That's a solution, that's
I'm just throwing stuff out. I mean, in terms of being,
This is a brainstorm. That's where you get.
That's where you get.
yeah, and you move it in. Now, I mean, I'm loving the conversation, but I think the other kind of reality check is it's 146 acres. The majority of it is built. We're on the heels of rezoning in whatever 2023, and there's very few areas that really in an interface zone that we're dealing with. So
I agree with you. I'm sorry, I agree, but it only takes one.
Yeah, no, I know, but we also don't need to write Centennial's code right for us.
But your suggestion of moving more things to the special use, I think that
and you just got to again think about what that is, and would it be, and we'll present you some options, but because those two are going to take me out back after we're done here. because maybe just, you know, when you actually start down thinking about it and looking at it, just adding some design criteria would actually meet the majority of what your concerns ultimately are at the end of the day. So, but anyway, but we'll add it to the list.
Yeah, we struggle with the fact that we're getting phone calls and emails and stuff. So we have to consider it on the front end as the decision-making body, but then we also have to have enough forethought to know what will happen on the back end.
Yep.
Which is what you're saying.
Yes.
Yep.
And we want to also support our business community. We don't want to be a roadblock with so many,
Stop there.
restrictions.
Well, or so much subjectivity that
Yes.
they're not willing to take the risk.
Yes.
I would say that the roadblocks are easier for them if they know what they are.
Yeah.
The subjectivity, we're gonna be the rock and the boulder in the river that they go around. All right.
Okay.
And again, we could be Aurora's councils.
There's always, yes.
So B is consistent with the city subdivision ordinance, the zoning ordinance, and any plan development as applicable. That is very simple, right? That's what does it meet the use, does it meet the setbacks? That's very simple to understand and meet. Mixed use design guidelines. We have not been having the trouble with that either. That has been working there. So our question would be, do we modify it and make our site improvement plan administrative? Or do we still keep it side of the code? And that's where our discretionary piece comes from for our whoever decides. If we're gonna have, if this is gonna be discretionary, this should not be administrative for design guidelines. There should be a planning commission and public input. Yeah. Okay. And then technical standards for roadways. How wide does the roadway have to be? How thick does the pavement have to be? That really truly is checkbox. Right? Gonna be 4 inches. Gonna be this wide. Then our last one furthers the public health, safety, and welfare of the community. This is not well defined.
Right.
Don't use the magic lawyer word.
It's on, push the button.
Don't use the magic lawyer word.
I think we're just gonna suggest to remove that criterion. Mhm.
Well, your only choice is to clarify it or remove it. I mean, that truly means something different to everyone. My safety is not your safety. Just being of 2 different ages, living in different areas of Colorado, being male, female, it means different things. I mean, it's different. I think you can meet the moment with this statement. It's going to fail.
Mhm.
We can't do it. So unless you can clarify.
Can we see what other towns do if you haven't already?
I'm in favor.
Me too.
Public health, safety, and welfare is very broad. It can include traffic, it can include aesthetics.
And our code already covers public. We follow the health department. I mean, we're not going to do anything that is non-healthy according to our laws, our state laws, our federal laws, in accordance with the public health department. We're not going to go about those laws. So that's covered. So
Yeah.
why would we mention it here in such vague terms without citing something?
And I think it misinforms the public too. It means something different, like you said, it just means something different to
Every single person.
Yeah. And is this there because there's a holdover from the way that the county did their criteria? Okay.
Yes.
Does the county still have it?
Good question.
I think they removed the furthers. I think it's a do not harm. I feel like I did see it, but I can double check.
See, now that's a slight adjustment, and I think we actually had that discussion a couple of times, like what does furthers mean and what does supports mean? If that terminology can be made less subjective. So does not harm the, and with support city's comprehensive plan does not violate the, or majority of, something like that. I think that would allow for an appropriate amount of thought to go into it.
But I think that's our mission statement. I think that's our mission statement. It doesn't belong in a site improvement plan document. I mean, we do promote the public health, the safety and welfare of the community. If not, we all need to be kicked on our ass out the door. I mean, we protect the public health and safety. That's why we have the Douglas County Sheriff. The welfare of the community is our mission.
Roadway standards.
Yeah, we
So,
protect all.
to be sure, but by removing it, you're saying, you're almost implying it doesn't matter. By keeping it in with the more defined criteria and does not harm them, then what you're doing is you're basically saying, okay, we've looked at this and it doesn't harm because we have these other checks in place, but you still have to have that criteria in some fashion. It's just a matter of making it a whole lot less subjective.
No, I think all the standards that we've included up front are to promote safety and welfare of the community. That's the reason we have the setbacks. That's the reason we're not building, 18 feet or 18-story buildings. That's the reason we're having building standards and codes. That's the reason they are second improvement. That we would have a vague, dangling statement at the end even seems misplaced if you're going to put it anywhere, even at the top. Plan is almost like a forward to what your intention was. But I think it's unnecessary.
Sounds like from the conversation, though, that would not be something that staff should spend much time on, because it seems like a majority is fair for not having it in there.
But we can show you what
I would wholeheartedly object to that. I'd like to see what other towns do
Yeah, but yeah,
and whether or not.
because we're already going to be getting copies
Yeah.
of other codes.
I haven't heard from the majority, so I just really feel strongly about at least considering other towns.
There was 3 of us that just said that we were removing it, which is the majority.
Okay,
But I'd be open to.
So that's what I'm speaking to.
okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Since Donna's, and I think Douglas County actually just, I didn't mean to interrupt there, but I think their SIP process is now administrative.
Yeah, it is. I was actually talking to somebody from the planning commission about it today.
So since Donna's out, let's just take a 5-minute. Right? Right with you, Chris.
I was actually talking with somebody that's on planning commission today about it. She couldn't remember.
When they did it, it's like.
No, we were actually mulling over. There's something that it's a thought process plan. And in the guiding documents for the plot, there's a use by special use for things that might be in this plan. And so we were mulling over whether that would be an SI
All right. We'll go ahead and turn it back to the doctor.
You want to.
Oh, the signs.
Slide.
Should we take a break? I mean, should we? So. Thank you for your feedback with regarding the approval criteria. I've got some homework to do, and I'm happy to do some research and report back. I guess the basic understanding though is that if you want to move to an approval level that is administrative, that your zoning needs to be really, really tight and firm and easy to understand, easy to apply. If you want public input, then you know, you need to have a little bit more discretionary items, or else you're just going to planning commission and they're basically, oh, everything is done, nothing for me to decide. So that's kind of what you're, the sliding scale that you're looking at. So next slide.
I'm sorry, Don, I just one last thing. If we were collectively to make the SIP a more administrative function, what is the planning commission's role left? What do they do?
And SIP, their appeal.
Or appeal.
Okay, so they would.
And there's still a board of adjustment body as well.
So that's for arbitrary.
So planning is the last, they're the last stop.
Right now?
No, we don't. If it goes through administration,
Oh,
because that's the scenario we were just talking about. I mean, do you need a break? So planning would be the last stop. Correct.
correct. Planning commission would be the appeal body.
Unless we
Is that-
decide to make.
Unless you want to make city council.
Really, there's lots of different models.
Oh, great, okay, so we could change that.
Change that, but that's predetermined. It couldn't be administrative and the planning commission's the appeal body. But this council couldn't say, actually, for this one, we want to be the appeal body.
Okay, I don't think we can.
We could, right? Or
Can we say the council is the appeal body for an administrative SIP with, and then cut planning commission out entirely? That doesn't make sense. You could. You
could
could.
we also make the choice to the Supreme Court decide which ones we wanted to weigh in on to be the appeal body? Could we decide, say, hey, we think this was decided wrong, and decide we wanted to make a decision?
You mean de novo?
Yeah.
To be,
But then it
criteria.
Yeah.
It still wouldn't matter because if there still wouldn't be the hearing process if we tighten this up to the extent we're talking about.
We could decide what the hearing is. It could be just us and the attorneys.
But if the criteria doesn't have any subjectivity, then it's only an arbitrary and capricious standard. Virtually everything will pass anyway. The public input would not matter. The representative input wouldn't matter.
If one side is appealing, they have reason to appeal. So we could listen to the appeal.
Right.
So we would make the decision whether we thought it was a standard appeal.
So could we decide what the legal standard is, or would it be only arbitrary and capricious? Or would that just screw up the world?
We can decide what the we could put in the process. We just need to define the process. We can't say city council, you may appeal to planning commission unless city council says they want to hear it. Right? I mean, I think that's too ambiguous.
That's not helpful for us. Well, I think the other thing we could do is when we're looking at the communities that do have to be administrative, look at what that appeal process is.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
we're coming to this because clearly it's working in a lot of communities, so we're not,
Okay.
you know.
For some reason,
I
So I think the question now is the other item we had in this meeting, moving to sign code and whether or not you want to move down that road tonight. I mean, I think you've definitely given us plenty to work on before we get to the sign code. So you'd be okay either plugging through or just waiting on that.
So my thought is probably, because we also don't have the full council
Oh.
here.
that we press hold on the sign code and just let you return with some models and ideas for this before we choose.
Okay,
Unless I have counsel in disagreement.
Agree with that.
I'm good with it, but I just have a forward thinking question for the sign code. Would that be the entirety of Council Pine, or would we still have sign codes for Parkway Plaza versus business district versus? Just using that question, I don't know.
yeah, sign code would apply throughout the city, whether it's a PD or a standard business district.
I want to say the Canyons annexation has some specific. Then there's some, anyway, we can look at it, but I want to say there's some highway signage
Oh,
criteria in there,
Oh,
but for the most part, the answer is yes.
but just to close out, if you just go to the next one. Again, the design guidelines, right now, I think we do a really good job with our design guidelines. They are not codified. If we do go administrative, we want to codify them. If we do not go administrative, there's no need to. And then again, design guidelines apply to anything they're called the mixed use design guidelines, but they apply to anything that's commercial or non-single family residential. So I don't think we need to go into these, just know that where they would fit. That would probably fit differently depending on where we go.
I'm sorry for delaying this, but with this council, as it exists today, should not be getting involved with design guidelines. Good question. By the time it comes to council, is that a fair statement or a true statement or not?
You mean setting them or evaluating?
Evaluating, not setting, evaluating it. I know we're talking about this in the future, but I'm just curious now.
So at this point, you're more than welcome to weigh in on design guidelines. We are at, we're at a point where we can change them, adjust them. But so if we go administrative, again, they'll have to be really tight to make sure that they are meeting our criteria. If we don't go administrative, then they could be a little looser, a little subjective, a little grayer. So
either meets the criteria or doesn't.
Okay.
I'm of the opinion it should be black and white, not, but that's just me.
But design is different for different people, right? Colors, materials, where do you put that tree? Where do you put the back door? So those things are a little tougher.
I was going to turn it back on you, Councilmember, and say, is that what you want to be discussing? Reviewing.
I like.
Hopefully that was rhetorical because I don't have.
It was rhetorical with an expected answer, but yes.
I like the idea of making the administrative process include codified design guidelines which align with what we've already discussed and decided for the allowable uses and use by special reviews and accessories, because then we've had that input in that conversation, but then it's still more streamlined. That's what I would favor.
Yeah, so my thinking is just going back to another. A use is an adult entertainment facility, but I wouldn't want an 80-foot billboard advertising it. So can the design guidelines be specific to a use?
Yeah, that's what.
Okay.
Well, so signs are different than the design of the building and the design of the site. And the orientation. So no, so we cannot regulate a sign based on its message.
Well, that you're talking about signs, he's talking about design.
No,
Maybe he's talking about more like, we don't want a sexual oriented business that has big windows where people could see what's on sale. That's.
He was, but that's probably true too.
Well, I don't know about the word sale.
Signs are not in design guidelines, is what you're saying. Signs are not in design though.
And if they are, they're only in the design guidelines insofar as you're a monument sign that has stone, that stone needs to match the stone that you use on the main building.
Are we gonna go into signs?
No.
Okay.
All right.
I just wanted one housekeeping item that I wanted to mention, council. So I know we've had a lot of online attendance for council meetings or haven't been able to meet it, and we haven't been able to have a council picture because we haven't had our full council here enough to arrange it. So I just want to encourage, if I had the authority to require, I would, but I don't, is that if you miss a study session, you need to watch the video. The packet and the information on paper does not have enough information to encompass the entire conversation. If it did, we would just give it to you in email. So please, please watch the video if you cannot attend a study session. I don't want us to be down the road in the future where the full body is not informed to make a good decision for choices for Castle Pines because we are fully informed based on not attending these study sessions. They are very important and I want you to have the information. So please watch the study session, even if it's in 10-minute increments. Watch the study session. That's my.
I assume that's gonna go out by emails to the people.
Yes, that was the piece that was going to all.
We're gonna suggest they watch this.
Watch it until the very, very end. Because everybody knows nobody clicks on that.
Public announcement.
Thank you, guys. We'll adjourn our study session at 7:30. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started with tonight's study session, which is the Canyons annexation amendment and plans and plan training. I'm not reading this right. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Community Development Director, Dr. Ferguson, and also our attorney.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Thank you for joining me tonight for our study session regarding the Canyons Plan Development. Next slide. Okay, so a little bit about our outline tonight. We are first going to talk about the basics of plan development districts. We will move into the Canyons Annexation and Development Agreement 2009. There will be an opportunity for a break in there. Then we'll continue with the evolution of the Canyons ADA and how that's changed from 2009 to 2022. We'll have an overview of the changes that we've seen in the canyons and also a glimpse into the future. Next slide, please. Okay. Some learning goals I've outlined for us tonight. What is a PD district? We're going to learn about what the ground rules for land use development in the Canyons Plan Development is, what a traffic study is and how we use it, how the Canyons ADA has evolved, and what is the current status of the Canyons Plan Development.
Excuse me, Don, may I ask? We have guests here I'm not familiar with.
Oh, I'm happy to introduce them now.
Yes, please.
Councilmember Hicks, this is Jacqueline Dowds Bennett. And
she is who?
Lindy Howard, both are professional engineers. They're consultants for our plan review.
With your
Oh,
And what plan review?
Any project that comes through, they do the traffic
We
study.
do the land development review for any projects that come into the city, including all of the canyons. And we do not just the traffic, although that's what we're here to talk about tonight, but the drainage reviews and the cultural reviews, environmental reviews.
So anything that involves anything that involves engineering, you're going to review them and be able to give us some sort of recommendation.
That's right.
Awesome, thank you.
And John, let me ask a question as well. The ADA, can you define that for us?
yes, that is an acronym for Annexation and Annexation Development Agreement.
A big what we always call the annexation agreement. Okay. The D threw me off, thank you.
Well, it's not the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Correct.
Could be.
Not in this instance. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so A planned development district, we also call it PD district, is a customized and negotiated zoning. And it's different than typical zoning, which is standardized. So why we use PD districts is, and many times because we have a unique property. It's unique in size, topography, existing land resources or cultural assets, and it allows greater control of the development outcomes of a property than it does when you have a typical zoning which is standardized and doesn't really account for uniqueness. Next slide. Okay, so again, the Canyons ADA is the Canyons Annexation and Development Agreement 2009. In 2009, City Council found the Canyons ADA to align with the comprehensive plan and comply with the zoning ordinance. There are actually three components when we talk about the Canyons ADA. There's an annexation component, we'll talk further about this. Zoning regulation component, and again, the zoning is called the Canyons Plan Development. Subdivision regulation component, and also obligations that go with this agreement. The next slide, please. So first, we talk about the property. The city agrees to bring property that is not currently in the jurisdiction of the city into the city. And typically the landowner also agrees that they want to come into the city. So we define a boundary limit. And which we did for the Canyons PD. It actually consists of 3 different pieces of property. And there's kind of quick maps there just for you to see. And again, it allows the property to come under city land use control rather than stay in typically a county land use control. And both cities and landowners like this because it's a benefit. It gives them, typically a landowner, a greater ability to do the development that they want to do. And it gives the city control of what's happening next door. Next slide. Okay, so we're going to talk about the regulations. So the regulations, or the PD. So here's a map to show various planning areas. We'll take a look at that later. Zone district regulations and site development standards and subdivision standards. And then with this, we're going to look at some PD special studies. Now we talked, if you'll remember last time, about the zoning ordinance and subdivision ordinance. Okay, so we won't dive in too deeply into that. Next slide. Okay, so you'll probably remember this. This is the city zone district map. It outlines the general zone districts. Everything in the kind of like ocean blue is a PD district. So we're diving into the Canyons PD district, which is located on the east side of I-25. So the east side of this map. Next slide. Okay, so drilling down into the Canyons PDs, it is made up of, you can see, a variety of planning areas and acreage. When we look at PDs, planning areas that are intended for development are usually numbered. Planning areas that are intended for non-urban development are usually letters. We also, the map also kind of outlines, so the green you see is more open space types of development. The red is mixed use and the yellows are all the residential. Okay. The PD map also gives us an idea, points out where parks that are going to be dedicated to the city will be located, where civic land that will be dedicated to the city will be located, where schools will go, future schools for Douglas County, fire stations for either South Metro or another nearby fire department, as well as this PD identifies transit. Or I should say, a transit area for future potential transit connection. Next slide. Can you go back, Natalie? I did want to point out the total acreage of the Canyons Plan development is 3,342.4 acres, if I'm reading that right. I too have a hard time seeing. Okay. All right, so we talked about zone district regulations last time. So again, just like the code has it identifies uses for a particular property, this PD's zone district regulation identifies the uses for all the different planning areas, whether it's residential, mixed use, open space. And then again, just like the zoning ordinance, it identifies uses that are by right, accessory uses, and uses that are permitted by special review. This PD zoning regulations also identifies maximum heights by planning area, setbacks by type of use in planning area, lot sizes by land use, and then it also identifies, oh, thank you, intensity of land use. Meaning, so how many residential units can go in the planned development? What's the minimum commercial square footage required, and what is the maximum? You know, those types of details. Next slide. Okay, now the Canyons PD has some special areas, and I really wanted to point that out to you. So first of all, planning areas 1 through 3 collectively, and you'll see that those are all the red planning areas on the top left hand of this map that you see. This is a special area that has to reserve 75 acres until 150,000 square feet of non-residential land uses, of which 280,000 square feet is to be retail sales tax generating uses. So essentially this is, hey, you reserve this space for commercial uses, don't put residential there. You've got to have some space to put your commercial. You can't just put all residential. So that's important to understand, and we are keeping our eye on that. Also, planning areas 12 through 19. These are the planning areas that are located on, let's see. Okay, on this side of the plan development. Can you see this? Mm-hmm. Okay. And it's in this area where the Canyons is supposed to provide 75 units of affordable housing. So we're keeping our eye on that too.
Quick question, I'm sorry.
Of course.
I thought I heard you say that some of the mixed use area is not just reserved for commercial, but reserved for tax generating commercial. Is that correct?
Yes, we do have a community benefit zone that can.
You're talking about I'm not talking about community benefit. You said that in the mixed use, that some of it is reserved. It's not just reserved for commercial, because some commercial doesn't produce sales tax.
Oh, correct.
So
She said retail.
I know, I'm clarifying.
Oh, okay.
So how much of that has to be sales tax generating, and how much can they put in that is not sales tax generating?
So of the 650, a minimum has to be 280,000 sales tax generated.
So roughly a third to 40%, something like that.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
The next special area I wanted to point out was this mixed use marketplace. And Councilmember Eubanks, you had pointed these little circles out the last time. So these are special areas that are embedded in residential that have the ability to have a commercial center kind of planted in there. So the commercial center is supposed to be local in nature. It's not meant to be a big regional place like a Home Depot or anything like that. So that we also are keeping our eye out on what's happening here. It's not a requirement, it's just an option. And then, let's see, we'll go to the mixed use marketplace area next. That is this darker color red, okay? So this has a requirement to have an urban street design, so Main Street that, basically will be a hub of the area, be pedestrian friendly, be less automotive in nature than some of the typical development you can see. Also, it has special building height maximums. So heights can go up to 120 feet by right, no questions asked. It could go even higher to 180 feet as a use by special right. Or pardon me, a use by special review. That's something that you guys would see and make a decision on. Also in this area, some of the uses that are normally permitted in the mixed use are not permitted in that dark red area. So an example would be no self-storage. Things that are large format or would need a lot of, would be contrary to a pedestrian oriented, dense, urban form. Okay? So we got our eyes on that. And then 1, 2, 3, that was our 4. Next slide, please.
Excuse me, Donna. Donna, that, what you just mentioned, would that be with a no large structure? Would that be like a Southland design?
Yes, that would be fair to
I'm
say.
just trying to see
Yep.
something comparable.
Kind of see, yes, correct. Okay, so just like our zoning ordinance, the Kansas PD has their own site development standards. They have hybrid criteria for parking requirements and access requirements. And what that means is that they use some of the parking requirements in our zoning ordinance, and they use some of their own. Same for roadway drainage and overlap grading standards. They use some of ours, but they use some of their own. And then they do have additional standards for landscaping, trails, lighting, and signage. They have their own design guidelines, one that they have for their mixed use areas, which is very similar to the ones that we have for a mixed use district area. And they also have some for residential. So they oversee the design guidelines for residential. We don't see those. We don't comment on those. Well, that's not really true. I do look at them, but so I just wanted you to understand what those rules are. And then, just so you know, if the PD does not have a regulation, if it's silent, then ours jumps in. Okay, our zoning ordinance. Next slide. Okay, so on to special studies. When we are reviewing a PD, we look at many different things. We look at topographic surveys. We're looking, where are the bodies of water? Where are the floodplains? What kind of vegetation is existing on the site? Where are the slopes? Where are the drainage flows? High points, low points, as well as general view corridors. We also look at cultural and historic analysis and traffic impact studies. And again, these are all looked at by our engineers or our experts in those fields. Okay. Now, typically the topo and the cultural and historical analysis, they typically don't change a lot. Those are like, we do all that survey work, we figure it out. But the traffic impact analysis can change over time as development changes. So I brought in Jacqueline and Lindy to talk a little bit about the traffic impact analysis. Don't want to get too deep into it. I just want you to understand what it is, how we use it, and how we use it over and over. Okay, thank you. Next slide.
So I'll start by just talking about what traffic impact study is in general. Then Jacqueline's going to give you some specific elements of traffic impact studies. So first 2 bullets you see there come straight from chapter 6 of our roadway design and construction manual that we just adopted a couple of years ago. It's great fun to be involved in that. Thank you again. But we've really put some thought into that, and what the criteria that we have is for both the city and the developers coming to the city so that you get a consistent study every time, whether it's, you know, a restaurant developing over here or a mixed use development in the canyons, whatever it is, we're going to get the same study elements. But you'll also see here what a TIS is not for. A traffic impact study is not any kind of a cost estimate. It's not gonna, you know, it needs to be objective, not subjective. It's gonna be based in fact. And it's just so that we end up with a good product at the end of the study, at the end of the project. That's gonna also, it's gonna tell you who's responsible for some of the improvements that may come out of the traffic study. So, and that's not always on the applicant, the developer. Sometimes we need a turn lane because of our background traffic, just because of regional growth. So those are the kind of the high level points of what's in a traffic study. You can go to the next slide.
There's about a dozen bullets here. I wanted to just briefly touch on them, the components, and it's kind of in chronological order of how you would conduct the traffic impact study. So if you want to stop and ask questions or want me to do something more, just let me know. But in general, why do we even do these? Well, a new development is going to generate trips. And so a trip is, you know, a car traveling along the roadway, and we want to be able to measure the impact. So the background traffic is who would be on the road anyway if that development wasn't in place. And so we want to make sure that a new development isn't going to put so much traffic on the roadway that it causes either safety issues. We just heard a presentation about that. And we want to maintain as much efficiency and safety on our roadway network as we can, because we want to provide our citizens, that's one aspect of providing them with a nice quality of life and, you know, kind of what they've come to expect here. So this is sort of our mechanism for trying to preserve the roadway network's capacity and operations. So while there are no like laws, if you will, about, you know, what a traffic impact study has to include, in general, they all follow guidance that you see up here that's been put together by a professional organization called the Institute of Transportation Engineers, or ITE for short, if you've ever heard that. And so these are guidelines, these are national, pretty much any traffic impact study, you know, follows these. And so that's kind of the, like I said, it's not a law, but there's a lot of guidance and history out there for what we can, you know, rely on and what we can ask developers to produce for us. Because again, you know, this is nationally recognized industry standard. So first of all, we have to decide what is our study area going to be. We encourage any applicants or developers to meet with us first so that we can discuss this and, you know, set the stage for what we're going to expect to see in the traffic impact study. So generally, we're looking at intersections. And we are concerned with, you know, the roadways as well, but the limiting factor of the roadway, how many cars you can travel along the roadway during a peak hour is based on the intersections, right? So that's kind of your limiting factor. And intersections are where there's more potential for like crashes to occur, for example, because you have the conflict points with people turning, you have pedestrians, you know, bikes. That's kind of where different streams come together. So our general rule of thumb is we're going to want the developers to look at each intersection radiating out from their development until you hit a point where the new traffic would be 5% or less of the background traffic that already would be in that intersection. And then we decide what time periods we want you to analyze. So we generally look at the morning and evening peak hours. And that is because that's when the most amount of traffic is trying to use the roadway network at one time. And that can be based on, you know, previous studies, maybe said it was 7 to 8 in the morning, or maybe a traffic count shows it was 7:30 to 8:30, something like that. And then depending on the development, we may ask for like a Saturday at noon or something. Or if it's, you know, a good example that people always can relate to is, you know, if it's a large church, you know, and then maybe you need to look at a Sunday morning, you know, during that hour between, you know, a service leaving or a service coming in, or,
maybe it's, I don't know, if we were in a ski area, maybe it'd be a Saturday or something like that. But again, this is all stuff we establish our expectations ahead of time so that it just prevents a lot of back and forth between, us and the developers during our review process. So then we start by looking at the existing conditions, we call them. So we want traffic counts that are less than 2 years old. And and then the analysis is to use current traffic volumes, the current roadway network, use current signal timing, whatever. And then we use micro simulation computer programs that are built to analyze traffic and estimate operating conditions. So we're looking for things like how much delay is there at an intersection, or are there just like too many left turns to kind of fit in the single left turn lane or something like that. So this establishes our baseline for what we're going to be comparing to. And also it has the benefit, like as Lindy had mentioned, if there's an issue currently, then that's a good knowledge for us to have so that we can figure out what we need to do, to solve that problem. And that, of course, the existing condition is without the development in place. And then, oh, sorry, I forgot to mention one thing, the horizon years. And what that is we look at kind of far out into the future. So usually that coincides with the currently approved regional travel demand model, which right now for DRCOG is 2050. And then because we want to look long-term and make sure that whatever regional background traffic growth would occur, again, without the development, would still be, we want to know what impact the development will have on that level of volume. And then also if the development is, opening in phases, we want to look at the opening year of each phase. So again, each time more trips are going to be generated by the development, we want to be able to see what their impact is going to be on the roadway network. Okay. And then so just a little bit about estimating the future traffic. We can, generally that's done with like the traffic demand model, which DRCOG, maintains, and then that will give estimated volumes for those peak hours or daily. And then if you need to have like a year, like say 2030 in the middle, then you would be able to determine a kind of a background growth rate or a rate that you would use to grow the existing traffic to get up to that analysis year. And then looking at the future, then whatever year we're going to look at, opening year for the development or our horizon year, first we look at what we call, the background traffic, or that would be the conditions without the development in place. Because again, that's our baseline against which we can then measure any impacts from the development. And again, if there are any issues that, need to be satisfied for the background traffic, that would be kind of on the responsibility of the developer. So we just want to know how's traffic operating, what kind of delays are we going to have if that development isn't in place. And then we layer the expected development traffic on top of that background traffic to do our analyses for the future years. And this is kind of the sort of the crux of it all. And I know sometimes there's questions about, estimating the amount of traffic that a development's going to generate. And of course, if the business isn't operating, then we can't go out and count the cars and know exactly, how many people are going to their business, how many are driving there and leaving there in a peak hour. So we rely on, again, some industry standard practices for estimating trips. And so that's where ITE, Institute of Transportation Engineers, comes in. They have their trip generation manual and they update this, every so often. And they have hundreds of different types of land uses in there. And they rely on surveys. So people go out and actually count cars using these accesses on a daily basis and on peak hours, how many are going in, how many are coming out. And then they kind of average all of those and they come up with a statistical equation. And they use what's called an independent variable. So if it's a gas station, it might be gas pumps. If it's a retail store, it might be, by square footage. And some of them are quite specific, like they have fast food. There's one for fast food with a drive-through. There's even a new one since COVID, which is fast food with drive-through only and no lobby access. So they are trying to keep current and they're always encouraging different, traffic engineers around the country to kind of conduct counts and do these surveys and provide them with information so they can continually update their manuals.
Can I ask a question? Sure. We had a thing of traffic studies at one point where they estimated how many trips based on how many people, how many units in the development. It was mixed use multifamily. I'm not mixed use, it was a multifamily. But is there an ITE estimate for how many per multifamily unit? Like if there's 2 bedrooms, does it assume both people come and go in and out once per day? Like what are the standards there? Because it comes up because I had a question about it a couple times previously.
So it doesn't get as specific as how many bedrooms, but the multifamily is based on number of dwelling units. So if a developer was proposing 25 apartments, then that would be your independent variable, would be 25 units. And in fact, the multifamily has 3 subcategories. There's low rise, mid rise, and high rise. So that's like up to 4 stories, and then 8. I think is the mid-rise one. And then it will give you information based on daily estimates, peak hour estimates. But it doesn't get as specific as bedrooms, but actually that has been talked about maybe trying to get that specific on number of bedrooms, but IT is limited by, people have to go out and collect that information. Yeah. And that's a little more than involved. And so then people have been willing to do this. Thank you. Yeah. And then, so then they estimate the number of trips that are going to be generated, and then that gets layered on top of the background traffic. And then you use the same micro simulation analysis models to then estimate how the intersections are going to operate, what kind of delay there would be or queuing at the different intersections within the study area. And then you compare that to like the background traffic. And then any like issues or operations that have changed, then there would be mitigating measures. So kind of just like the guy earlier was talking about, we know what the safety is. So there's like countermeasures and different ideas. Well, it's kind of the same thing. If you have, like access delay, maybe you need to look at signalizing a stop controlled intersection, or maybe you need 2 left turn lanes there to try to clear the traffic, or maybe it's a longer cycle length, or maybe the development has to be downsized a little bit or something. But those are the kind of mitigating measures that would be expected to be included as recommendations. And then those recommendations can come in based on, phasing as well. So maybe the first phase of a development, you could get away with a couple of access points being stop controlled to the main street. But then by the time full build out, we've seen this a lot in the canyons. By the time full build out comes, there's enough traffic generated that maybe signals warranted. And so all of that is documented in a report. And we're very specific in chapter 6 about everything we expect to see in these reports and kind of graphics that go along with them. And then I guess finally, the crash history isn't always automatically included, but again, that's something we decide during that initial meeting. And if we have reason to believe that adding an access point or adding extra traffic to an existing access point might exacerbate a crash issue or something, then we'll ask for that to be looked at as well.
Real quick.
Yeah.
What is your role in reviewing the study? Because that's coming from the builder, the developer. Yes. And they have every incentive to minimize the traffic. So I assume that your role is to look through it and make sure that they're not playing games.
Exactly. So on the side, I have done dozens and dozens of these myself over the years, but then also I do review each one, and I go and I back check myself. Like I go into the ITE and I see, am I getting the same number of estimated trips as what they're saying is in the report? And then I go over, they're required to provide us the output reports from their micro simulation models. And so I back check and make sure that what they actually put into the computer program is what was estimated. And so I kind of make sure every I is dotted and every T is crossed. And so one thing I will say about the canyons, they have, for the last 10 or 12 years or something, they have used the same consulting engineering firm. And so I've had a lot of contact with, their engineers, and that has also lent to a lot of consistency, as each of the traffic impact studies has been done.
And we may end up having a church come in, as you know, over here. And as a member of Journey, I can tell you that the size can increase after the initial build. Is there any recourse when they decide to I guess when they rebuild, they have to do a new traffic study, right? Is that how that works? If they expand, they would have to do a new traffic study?
Yeah.
To make sure, because I could see like that having an impact that we didn't account for.
So if the expansion would result in more than 50 trips per peak hour, more than what was currently estimated, then we would ask for that. And I neglected to mention earlier, but it's not just new developments, it's redevelopment as well. So there could be an existing site, an existing business, but if somebody new wants to come in and their land use is going to change the chip generation to hit that trigger, then they'll be required to do a study as well.
But there's no, it sounds like there would be no way to capture though, if they did a traffic study based on 1,000 parishioners and all of a sudden they're up to 2,500. We're not going to capture that because there's no rebuild, there's no renovation, there's no build out.
God can. God can.
Well, wouldn't you use like the maximum seating capacity?
Yes.
Yeah, as the church is built and seat up to.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like there was an increase in student population in American Academy. And that's what's driving these questions, because I feel like they did not give us an honest estimate of what they were going to be in 10 years. And I might be wrong. Sorry, American Academy, for listing it up wrong. But I want to make sure that we don't go through this again. What we've gone through with the American Academy stuff.
I have a related question.
Was that a comment or question?
I'm sorry. So my question is, how would you capture that issue? How would we make sure that if they double the number of students or triple the number of students, that we aren't stuck with the traffic problem we've had for the last 10 years?
I think one of the things that Jacqueline talked about was the independent variable. And so it's a matter of choosing, if there are choices in the ITE trip generation manual, we need to choose the correct independent variable. So square foot of the building, okay, can't get, if we're talking about the square foot of a school, they're not going to be able to get bigger without coming in for more development. So we're using that top number. So that's something we look at.
Would there be a way to give them, if their certificate of occupancy, can you say this is a maximum number of students for this? And then if they want to exceed it, they have, is there some legal way?
Well, the problem with public schools, right, is that they don't need any permission for any zoning entitlements. So
Is there a way for us to take that independent variable, and if they exceed the independent variable, to say stop? Like, we have an ordinance in place that says if you exceed the independent variable, we're going to come back at you.
I guess it depends on the context. I don't know who we're talking about today, but and I think the canyons attempted to address the issue of schools, for example, by requiring that they be a use by special review in most planning areas instead of a permitted use. And arguably you can do that in a planned development. And I think that's how the canyons attempted to address the issue of plopping a school in an area that couldn't support it either traffic wise or community sentiment wise, or, land use compatibility. Okay. But I mean, I think there's a way to address concerns if they're legitimate under your, traffic impact analyses. That makes sense.
It does. Thank you. I just want to raise it. It's obviously a problem. we're dealing with it again this year. I mean, and they were built, what, 15 years ago, so.
I have a related question. On the broader level, I can see this is done when there's a zoning change. But is it ever done at the SIP stage when you have a permitted use? And who makes that judgment call? I would think it's planning staff to then have the independent engineer or require it.
Yeah, so traffic impact studies are taken at various aspects of development, and one being the site improvement plan. Always the site improvement plan.
Always.
Yes,
Even
it's
with
50
a permitted use?
correct.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And so if say, for example, staff or council at some, for planning and zoning, really, sorry, if like planning and zoning or staff determine that, well, hey, this particular use seems to have the potential to generate a certain amount of traffic, can we or you then request that of the developer at some juncture or make an independent evaluation about whether or not we need it, even though it doesn't fit the, you know, the criteria that you analyzed for the impact on background traffic?
So recommendations really need to be based in evidence and facts.
So the independent variable. Okay, thanks.
Yes.
The paper says we have 80 acres for roughly coming in a canyon. Can the city influence where that acreage is so we don't create that we have 4 schools in their mile and a half? Can we influence that 80 acres?
Yes, we absolutely can.
Okay, thank you.
And we have,
We have,
it's identified.
thanks, sir.
We put them all together.
One big lump. So engineers will hate this question. Let's say an applicant comes before council. And this is sort of happened to us before. And we don't like the traffic study. Either it's aging out or there's questions about the business growth. And we either want to kick it back to planning and zoning, or we want an updated traffic study, something along those lines. What is our ability to, because, you know, this is as much art, I believe, as science. It's in the eyes of the beholder in many ways, and I think you'll agree with me to that extent as well. There are some better and worse people who evaluate these. What is our ability to kick this back to the developer and say, we're not quite sure about your evaluation about the traffic study, and come back with either better numbers or a better solution to what could be a problem with the traffic that we see possibly could be the result of this development? What is our ability to do that?
So, well,
All together.
when they, when they submit the traffic study, it is, mostly we never accept it as is. We always have comments about traffic.
Love that.
There's always, you know, 2, 3, 4, sometimes more, depending on the traffic engineer submitting the study. There are reviews that go on, and what we look at is strictly the criteria. So we are looking at chapter 6 in our standards, and does this traffic study meet those standards? That's what we look at. You know, you talk about, is it aging out? Well, that comes with, we can't accept, you know, the numbers that are in there or the background traffic from the Denver Regional Council of Governments, and the generated traffic is from the ITE Trip Generation Manual. The traffic that has been counted is within the last 2 years. Those are all the standards that we have as a city that we need to follow. So we make sure that those are followed. I think it's, Don, I think you need to help with what happens if council says, I still don't like what's there, even though we've reviewed it.
Yes, and I would just, I would add that these are professional engineers performing the studies, checking the studies, and as Lindy said, it is, that study that always comes in and we always are looking at it and we're making sure that they are providing the most up-to-date information. So by the time planning commission comes around, we have already vetted that traffic study and feel confident with it, with the analysis. Now, if something comes to light that that is crazy, that wasn't in the proposal, then we can pause and say, wait a minute, let's make sure all our analysis is good, but typically that does not happen.
First of all, and this is going to sound very strong, and I mean for it too. Love that answer. I'm in so much love with you right now. I really
Married now.
well, I mean, he will have to die sooner or later, or your spouse will have to die sooner or later. Mine certainly will. But I love that answer. I love that you're advocating for the city that way. And that was a great response as well. But it deserves this response. I love that you're engineers and you're very good at what you do and that you're professionals and you would never deliver inaccurate information to the council. We also have a role to play. We represent the citizens of Castle Pines and we are going to advocate for them. And if they have concerns about any kind of proposal or anything that comes before this council, we're going to advocate for them, whether or not you're professionals or whatever kind of role you're playing in this drama. If that means kicking it back to you, guess what? We're going to kick it back to you, whether or not, whatever it is, that's what we're going to do. So again, my question is, if we kick it back to you, do we kick it back to you or planning and zoning? Or the developer?
So I guess it depends on the land use application.
Okay.
But yes, there would be an appropriate step to take depending on the land use application. It's absolutely your prerogative to say, I want more done in this transportation impact study. Absolutely.
And we want you to look at X, Y, and Z.
Yes.
Okay, good deal. Thank you.
Is
Still
another similar option to use the conditions option on an application?
I'm sorry, what was the
Is
question?
another option for what to do to use a condition or to impose a city council planning and zoning can use a condition? Or is it better to kick it back?
I think it depends. I think another right answer would be, or an alternative answer would be, call for an executive session for legal advice.
Sure, you would say that. I'm just being facetious,
I like the
but
answer.
okay.
Because at the end of the day, you do answer to your community. You also can't be arbitrary and capricious in your decision making.
Exactly.
Right, and you have to do the
So that
criteria.
would require
I won't get sued.
further analysis, legal advice, and just thoughtful consideration.
That's why I asked the question, because sometimes you can use the conditions, but in this case, it seems more prudent to go back to, could you review the analysis?
I always love, that's why I carry attorneys with me in my back pocket. Love them. I've never been in.
I'm gonna remember you said that.
No better.
Not
I'm
literally.
gonna remember.
Come back to, Lindy had mentioned on the first slide about, traffic impact studies are subjective. And so, our role is kind of, as she said, did they use the right methodology? Did they use industry accepted practices? Did they do their math right? Did they estimate the analysis volumes correctly? And that's what we're looking for. And, we can't, and sort of we stop there. So if they are, understating how many gas pumps they're gonna have or something, we can't speak to that. But we can speak to, did they follow industry standard guidelines? Did they hit every criteria in chapter 6 of the manual? And that's where kind of we would end and we would say, Linda, executive session, you're the lawyer.
I'll be ready.
Good to move on? Good to move on to the next slide. Oh, or
I have another question. I just don't know if it's the right time to ask it. If there's something. So it's a two-part question. I think you already answered one. In that if we feel like the constant for the analysis was peak and it should have been school hours, that's something we can ask a question. So that's, I think you answered that already. The other question is, if it's not a developer, and this kind of goes to you guys, if it's not a developer application, but it has an impact on traffic, like a park or something else that the city's doing, and it's not a developer or an application that would go through that process, can we still ask for a traffic impact study? Can we still have our people look at that?
So in the case of a park would have to go through a site improvement plan process, and part of that process or submittal requirement is a traffic impact study. If the minimum, what did you call it?
50 vehicles.
Yeah.
Right?
Is that across the board, that 15? Actually, I was just gonna say that good softball there. Generally it's 100. That's what ITE will tell you if you look it up. But we decided to put 50 in there because we wanted to have more eyes on sort of what's going on. And
Well done.
yeah, so we just thought that way we would have, the requirement would be hit more often for people to do these analyses so that we can sort of see the tipping point sooner about, you know, what may or may not contribute to less efficient traffic flow or an unsafe intersection or something like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Can we back up one previous slide? Yeah. Yeah, so we just threw this in here so you would see there's a lot of different terms basically for a traffic assessment. So I want you guys just to be kind of familiar with them and understand that they're all the same concept of trying to assess what kind of impact new trips generated by development or redevelopment or something will have on the roadway network. Again, with the idea of having to identify any mitigation measures that may be required and who would be responsible for them. And they can be pretty comprehensive, like the master transportation study was the first thing that was done for the canyons. And that looked very globally at the entire development. And then all the way down to a letter of opinion or a letter of conformance is very specific. And so that would look at an individual lot. And, you know, once the development process got far enough along to where the canyons actually had somebody who wanted to build something, and so they had identified the exact type of, you know, land use and exactly how many apartments it would be or something like that, then that could be as simple as a letter of conformance. It would just prove that they're not going to exceed what had been approved through the initial master transportation study. Okay, go ahead.
So next. So just overall, what's happened with the canyons from the beginning, from annexation to now, is a lot of traffic studies. So I guess that's just the big letter. And you sort of already said this. We had the master transportation study to start in 2009. And then we've had, you know, what you call them doesn't really matter. Had one called the transportation impact study. We've had their transportation, 7 traffic impact studies, and so on. So each of those is just based on what's coming in the city, and we require them every SIP, and every time Donna gives it to us, we review whatever comes in, and we make sure that from this point where we get a new traffic study, does it comply with everything come before? And so that's what that's like. It's just kind of showing. Next slide. And these are all the studies. So kind of what has been in each of these. So, you know, the 2009 study was the one that said, hey, we have 2,000 dwelling units and 2.1 million square feet of commercial retail, and we think there's going to be housing here. Not quite sure all of the types, maybe single family, maybe multifamily, and here's where we think everything is. And then we move on, and something one planning area gets developed, and we say, oh, we know what's happening here. There are this many single family homes. So how do we make sure the roadway network is going to be in place in order to accommodate those homes in that particular development? So we have that area, and we look at the traffic study just related to that one development. And then we go on and on and on. So the last big traffic study we've gotten was 2019. And kind of one of the main differences on that one is in 2009, the horizon year, the build out year that Jacqueline talked about was 2030 now. And it didn't just happen with this study. A little bit halfway down through here, we had them expand to a 2040 horizon year. So now we are looking into the future. We want to know what happens when everything's built out. And so right now that's the expected build out. Next slide, please.
Okay, and this just sort of shows the evolution from big to little. So on the left, that was the network, and again, the intersections that were looked at for the original master transportation study. And so this was just trying to outline the boundaries of what's probably the maximum trip generation at full build out that was anticipated at that time. And it looked at the regional roadway network. So you notice it's the Canyonside Boulevard and to Castle Pines Parkway, it's the interchanges, it's Crowfoot Valley. So how are the trips getting to and from the canyons using the adjacent regional roadway network? And then the diagram on the right is the most recent traffic study that we reviewed for South Canyon just a few months ago. Yeah, and you can see now we have a lot more intersections on Canyonside Boulevard. And so this, like Lindy was saying, this is just a much more focused analysis on what's changed. And so the background traffic for this particular study now includes some of the developments in North Canyons that are actually online now. Oh, I get it. Yeah, so that was kind of just an example of the evolution of each time they've come in now with more specific development in specific lots. Then they are proposing new intersections to come online, and that's also a big difference too. Is as Canyon side gets built right now, it's just built down to about the hook there. Yeah. So like she was saying, we just want to make sure that they're bringing the intersections online that they need to, and that they're not trying to suggest more intersections, because the PD was very specific about what kind of intersections they could have and how far apart they could be. So for example, you're not allowed driveways onto Canyonside Boulevard, because the point of that roadway is to move traffic. And so you only want accesses at established intersections that have good sight distance and that are, meet the certain criteria, like at least a half a mile apart. And that just promotes safety and efficient traffic flow.
So are you called upon to say, oh, we need to kick it out to Crowfoot Valley Road now? It's too much. Or like, when does that come into play? And then secondarily, when we get down to that point and it gets built out down there, whether it's just the road or the plane, that's going to add more traffic. I know you'll do another study at that juncture, right? But do you ever hit that on the front end and say, maybe we should be thinking about that in the 2040 or the 2050? Or do you ever say you need to kick it out to Crowfoot Valley as a relief valve?
Yes. Yeah, and that's what this study does. So when they submit their, and you could probably speak better to this too, but when they're submitting like their construction plans for the roadway and trying to get their permission to move forward to build in like the next lot, then that's part of what we're doing with the traffic study, is just making sure that the roadway network is following pace with that. And just as an aside, the there's long been recognition that when Happy Canyon interchange is improved and we have that access to Canyon side, that Crowfoot Valley becomes more important and there's gonna be a shift in regional traffic.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, believe me. So that's been being followed along for the last like 6 to 7 years in these different TIS. And so we have had the firm that's done all of these, they have looked at the background traffic and they're getting those estimates of the regional traffic and how the traffic is going to shift because of Happy Canyon interchange through the DRCOG, the regional travel demand model. So nobody's just like guessing or pulling anything out of thin air. Again, we're using like the industry established and, you know, the DRCOG travel demand model is it's approved and it's recognized. And so then you're like required, these kind of studies are required to use information, you know, from the approved models.
Yeah. And since you brought it up, are you guys involved in the TDM for the Happy Canyon interchange?
No, not TDM. We are the firm that was chosen for the design.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I have a question. So how does it come into play with Councilor Mulvey's example of Crowfoot was a really great example in that won't just affect the traffic within Castle Pines, but also Castle Rock. Like, how is like just as an example, how's Castle Rock involved in the traffic index study?
That's a great question because you notice on the left we have dots on Founders Meadows interchange and going along. Yep, there you go. Thank you. Crowfoot Valley and Founders, and we don't on the right. So initially, we do what's called referrals. So if there is an agency that has jurisdiction over intersections or roadways that the development generated traffic is going to be using, then we do, the traffic studies get sent to them. So CDOT, Douglas County, and the city of Castle Rock have all reviewed, not this particular one, but like going back like 5 years or so, previous TISs. And they basically feel like along Founders, the background traffic enough, there's just enough of a problem that they weren't that concerned about. And they said they don't need to, you know, review further studies, you know, related to the canyons. And the canyons is a small percentage of the traffic that is going through those intersections. But I would imagine there would be other scenarios like you're talking about where other agencies would be very interested and would want to have, you know, comments and a say in mitigating measures. In our particular case here, it wasn't required by the other affected agencies, I think just because the background situation was just poor in a way.
It kind of surprises me a little bit that Castle Rock wasn't more interested in that.
I would jump in a little bit. I would say they're absolutely interested in the interchange.
Okay.
And the interchange is the massive, all of these are minor issues related to the interchange. And the interchange, we have spent most of the last 6 months dealing with nothing but arguing over traffic studies. And it's FHWA, it's the county, it's CDOT, it's us, Castle Rock, it's everyone looking at it. But I would say Castle Rock and Parker are excited about it because it relieves congestion on theirs. So they're more of when are you going to open up, but not concerned about any intersections. But just know that a lot of the Crowfoot questions and comments are really ultimately related to the interchange because and that's why the county's on for about 53% of the background traffic or cost of the project, because I mean, so much of it is background traffic that's going to come through when Crowfoot opens up.
Correct, because it goes to unincorporated.
Well, and the county's covering the cost of Parker, Castle Rock there. Every background traffic, whether it comes from a municipality or not, the county's just paying.
Okay.
And just so you guys know too, maybe this is too much weeds, but you know, quite a while ago when the first master transportation study was done in 2009, everybody thought that Happy Canyon interchange would be improved and there would be that connection to Canyon side by 2025. And then as that time period got closer and it seemed like that wasn't going to happen, then the traffic studies all been looked at. Okay, what happens if we don't have the Happy Canyon connection and we have to go to Castle Pines Parkway or down to Crowfoot eventually when Canyon side gets cut through. And so FHU, who's, you know, the engineer for the canyons that's been doing all these, they they're constantly making their developer client aware of their limitations on development until Happy Canyon Interchange is built, and there is that relief valve for the canyons.
Right now, we are confident that Cass Pines Parkway can handle the traffic that is associated with canyons. But we're not confident, and we know that it can't handle all of the traffic related to the canyons at build out. So there will be some point where we will say stop, or other, the Happy Canyons will get built and will free up Cass Pines Parkway.
That helps us with TDM and NEPA.
I'm sorry?
That is an advantage to us when we go through NEPA and TDM for the interchange.
Yeah.
So my question is, and I mean, no disrespect by this, but when you say you're comfortable now with Castle Pines now, but if without the Happy Canyon interchange, there'd be a point where you say no. Do you have the authority to say no or recommend no? And I'm not being.
So they, I should be clear, if I could be just clear. So they are under contract for us.
Okay.
So they are us. They make recommendations to Donna. And that's why it takes like 4 months before those SIPs even see the light of day, because they're all iterative. So when we ask you to approve our engineering contracts, it's folks like these. So it's not they're not making the decision. We as your staff ultimately making the decision in consultation with all of the consultants that we have in there. And the short answer to your question would be, at some point, the answer is yes. If they get to a place where they cannot improve the Castle Pines Parkway intersection and it hits a level, I think it's level F, then we would D. All right. We won't make it that bad. Yeah. But there is a point where they have to make improvements or they can't get more building.
So thank you for that. I just want to be clear. I wasn't intended to be snarky. I really didn't know the answer.
No, I know. That's why I wanted to jump in. No, totally legit.
Good question.
Yeah.
Who can really say no?
Yeah, we would never recommend approval to the city of something that's not meeting our requirements, and our requirements require intersections that work.
Yep.
And
when she says our requirements, those are our requirements, not their requirements.
Okay, that's
Council adopted those policies, which is why we're careful to make sure that, going back to Councilmember Hudson's question, if you want more, it still has to be within the context of what council adopted within the traffic study criteria.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It makes sense. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
So if we had an overlay application in the Farm D area, it would go through this process too, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much, Jacqueline and Lindy, for that overview on traffic. Appreciate it. Okay, so we will continue our discussion on the Canyons, again, annexation development agreement. As I had mentioned earlier, the subdivision regulations are also part of the Canyons PD. Again, we talked about the subdivision regulations in our study session last week. The subdivision regulations control, again, just subdividing the property into lots, tracts, right-of-ways for future development, and ensures that they are the proper size, proper orientation for the use that they're intended for. Next slide. Okay, next we'll get into the obligations part of the annexation development agreement, and Linda will take it over from here.
We need a break.
Yeah, so council, I'm gonna just test the waters here. We still have a lot to go through, and I want you guys to still have the attention to still, this is valuable. And I feel like we're verging on kind of that time horizon where we may not have the best attention span. So I'm wondering if maybe we go into Also, you advised me as well, based on the content, if we went until 8 and then we just call a stop and then we have a study session in the future to cover the rest of the material, do you think you'll be in a good place for us? We're not gonna hit in a weird location based on the different things that you wanna cover?
We have a natural break at slide 22.
We just showed it, yeah.
She just showed it?
Yeah, right there.
Oh, look.
Have to be paying attention though to see it.
I was looking at it, sorry.
So this obligation portion would end the discussion on what the Canyons ADA is composed of. And then, so then we would next move into how it has evolved. So it's up to you. We could stop.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I think.
And I do just want to say too, that what we handed out was a compilation of a summary, just a summary chart of what the Canyons PD, the plan development, the zoning document requires, and what the annexation and development agreement requires through all of the amendments, sort of the high points. And so it's just a good reference point for you instead of reading hundreds of pages of documents.
Council, do you have any objection to us stopping here? And then my other request is if we're stopping here, can we have the slides before the meeting in the next time so that we actually can see the material and then also have the chance to review it. So my partner's addition.
Absolutely.
And Councilmember Wall, did you have a question?
Yeah, I can't find my map. That's the green, yellow with the numbers on it. And these people probably don't have one. So can we get a new one? It was on the side. I don't know what it's, the big PD, with all planning areas.
The brown, green, yellow.
Yeah, I mean, we used to have one, but it's from a long time ago, and I don't think all of my colleagues here have one. But it would be super helpful as we're going through this process.
So the original map is there now, or
Exactly, so, and that's where I wasn't sure where mine were at, so we should
so maybe we can have all four and you can tell us which ones are which, and then they can be part of the conversation when you talk about the history.
But to your
And they
question-
are, I think, your slides.
But to your question, Mayor, I have no objection.
Okay.
Great. Let's, to stay on topic. No, I have no objection
All right.
to
Great.
stopping now.
Thank you.
And we can deal with maps
So-
later at another time.
For your presentation thus far. I think it's been extremely valuable. And thank you, Jacobs, for coming as well. And everything that you guys have been doing for us. And thank you for the delivery of this presentation. It was great. And I look forward to us following it up in the next meeting. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Great. Next.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started, and the other two can join us when they get here. All right, welcome everyone to our July 23rd, 2024 City Council study session. This evening, we're covering the Canyons plan development, and I will turn it over to Donna.
well, good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. This is part 2 of our discussion, our study session on the Canyons plan development. Natalie, would you mind skipping to sheet 2? That one?
That's forward. No. You just want to go to page 2.
Yeah, we just want to go to slide 2. Yeah.
I meant something in the title sheet.
Oh, okay. So I think back up. So maybe it's just lagging.
Technology shortcoming.
Should it say outline?
Yeah, that one. Which I thought was slide 2.
It is in the one that you sent us.
Okay, so maybe this is a.
Well, no, she just skipped
She just
over.
asked me to, she'd go back.
Oh, okay.
Why can't staff just run the slides themselves? I'm just curious.
Because the, Natalie's running them, so we're a guest on the Zoom.
Oh. Oh, okay, I was just curious. Might be easier. Yeah. How can we help?
Slide.
Maybe we should look into that.
She's,
Yes.
she said the first one's the cover page and then this is slide 2.
Oh, okay. So, well, let's just give you a, I thought it was in there, but that's okay. I just wanted to remind you what we have already reviewed the Canyons Plan Development District basics. What it is, why we use plan developments, that they are customized zoning versus standardized zoning. And where we had left off was the Canyons Annexation and Development Agreement, and what the obligations are related to the original annexation and the zoning of the. So I just do want to remind you of our learning goals, which are up on the screen. That is, what is a PD district? What are the ground used for land development in the Canyons Plan development? What is a traffic study and what do we use it for? And, you know, we want to inform you how the Canyons Annexation and Development Agreement has evolved over time and what the current status of the Canyons Plan development is. So next slide, please. Okay. Forward to 2 more, please. Let's keep going. All right, stop here.
There you go.
Okay, so just a reminder that when we talk about the Canyons Annexation and Development Agreement, it is comprised of a annexation boundary area, so the actual land area. But there's also zoning regulations, subdivision regulations, and the obligations that went along with annexing the property into the city. Next slide. Okay, so now Natalie will have to skip to sheet 21. So just go ahead and flip till you see the Canyons PD part 2. Thank you, Natalie. Okay, so this is where we are picking up with our conversation about the Canyons annexation. We're going to talk about the obligations. Next slide, please. So these are the obligations that were related to the original annexation of the canyons. They consist of an annexation fee, a vested property rights for the zoning, also dedications for parkland, civic land, school land, fire station, and a transit land dedication. There's also obligations for street improvements, a sales tax and use tax sharing, and a Happy Canyon Bridge funding. So next slide. Oh, so I think at this point, Linda, did you want to talk a little bit more in detail about these obligations, what they are? Sure. Actually, I wonder, we had passed this out last time too, but now we didn't have it. Okay.
Am I on?
Yep.
Okay. So really the obligations that Donna just spoke about are memorialized in the Annexation and Development Agreement. And the first Annexation and Development Agreement was negotiated as part of the annexation of the 3,300 acres back in 2009. And really the underlying motivation for the city to annex this property was that it was already zoned under Douglas County's zoning regulations. And the developer had wanted to increase its land use entitlements. And it basically approached the city to say, we can either annex into the city, or we can go back to the county and seek enhanced entitlements through Douglas County, which would mean that the city of Castle Pines North at the time, on the west side of I-25, would likely feel a lot of the impacts of the canyons development in the county, but wouldn't necessarily get any benefit from developing on the east side of I-25. So this original city council in 2009, probably even in 2008, started talking to the owners of the canyons to develop sort of annexation terms and conditions and obligations. And so the annexation fee, and I did create this sort of quick snapshot of the annexation and development agreement and the amendments, as well as the plan development and the subsequent amendments, just to sort of highlight what each of those documents includes. And I think it's a really nice overview if you ever have any questions. So the annexation fee was something the city council negotiated at the time to really replace any sort of impact fees that the city might impose in the future. And at the time, what was negotiated was a payment, and that is sort of to help the city mitigate the impacts of development before there was actually development coming out of the ground, where there would be any sales tax revenues being generated. So that annexation fee was really to help the city process the development applications and serve the development before there was any sort of revenue coming in from that development. So
is that the impact you're talking about? Is staff cost?
No, they are paying separately for staff.
Then what is the impact?
Serving that development, serving that site development. It was a negotiated fee. So the first payment was $1,976,000, and that was paid upon annexation of the property. There was a second payment of $1 million, which was to be paid upon release of the property from a covenant that was imposed on the property by the Happy Canyons Homeowners Association, and I think another association over there, and it essentially limited their ability to develop that property. So Lee Albert's group, the Canyons, North Canyons LLP, was successful in negotiating and determining that that covenant was no longer in effect. So they did go to court with it. So when that was accomplished, the developer then paid the city the second part, the $1 million.
In what year?
You know that, as I was saying that, I don't remember what year, but I think it was a year or 2 years after that. The developer also wanted vested property rights, and that was for a 40-year term, so that expires in the year 2049. What vested property rights means is that the developer is entitled to develop all of that land, all of the canyon's land, in accordance with the plan development, which is their zoning document, in accordance with the annexation and development agreement, which has about 8 exhibits, including its own subdivision regulations, development standards, form of subdivision improvement agreement, all of these appendices in the annexation and development agreement. Annexation and development agreement is vested for 40 years. In addition, 2049. The example that the Developers Council gave at that time was that it has taken the Denver Tech Center 50 years to develop, and it's still under some level of development today. So that was the reasoning they gave, and the city council at the time approved that. With each subsequent amendment to the plan development and the annexation and development agreement, the city has extended those vested property rights to those amendments, not for an additional period of time, but just extended the existing vested property rights to those amendments. With the annexation and development agreement, there were those park, civic, school, fire, and transit land dedications. Those have also evolved with the amendments to the plan, but they're all set forth in the annexation and development agreement. And that is also included in the chart. It does include 20 acres of municipal and civic land. There is the dedication of a fire station, 1.5 acres. There's a dedication of a transit stop of some sort. That was before the city really knew whether light rail would come all the way down here. And so that transit dedication is 4 acres. Parks and open space at the time was 112 acres. And through the first and second amendment, they've dedicated even more. They've dedicated another 35.9 acres, as well as an additional 167 acres in a new planning area.
Can I ask a point of clarification?
Yes.
So that was the agreement set aside that acreage and dedication, but it wasn't plotted or spaced out where any of that would be at the time, right?
They're just in planning areas.
Right.
Right.
So it takes another process to identify where they are.
Through subdivision plans.
And have any of those dedications been waived or taken away or given away?
They have not.
No.
Thank you.
Can you ask a question too?
Yes.
I guess I'm specifically the transit land dedication. Seemingly, it's unlikely that land would be used for that purpose. So what happens to that land?
I don't know if you've had any conversations with the developer, but I have not since they dedicated that in 2009. So I'm not sure what they plan on doing. We'd have to renegotiate that through a subsequent subdivision plan.
And I'm sorry, will you repeat your question? I missed the full scope of your question.
Sure. So the transit land dedication, I think I feel it's unlikely that will ever be developed for a transit application. So what happens with that land eventually if that never gets developed for the purpose of transit?
That is a good question, and I don't remember. I can check. We can check the agreement to see what the consequences would be if that does not ever come to fruition.
I think we would just renegotiate that and either put it in civic use, or the developer may ask for it back to something else.
But if that's the case, can we do that before the year 2049?
Yes.
Necessarily.
Everything in the annexation and development agreement and the plan development is really essentially a customized negotiated zoning. So anything we do, we cannot unilaterally rezone any portion of the canyons without consent of North Canyons LLLP.
By the same token, everything's up for negotiation with them. Should they wish to do so, and should we wish to do so?
Correct.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions about vested property rights? Essentially, we can't do anything to impair, inhibit, prevent them from developing their property in the way it is presented in the plan development, which is their zoning document. And then there's subsequent.
On your list there that you had street improvements, Happy Canyon, something that one slide. Was that part of the vested rights in the list that you had given us?
Yes, and we've renegotiated some of those. These street improvements, I did try to copy directly from the agreement and from the appendices. And primarily that was intended to show that there are very, very specific traffic improvements related to development of the canyons. And at the time, I think it wasn't necessarily known what that Happy Canyons interchange would look like. So that was sort of designed in a
in somewhat of a vacuum at that point. And I think since then, through these subsequent amendments, there have been updates to those traffic and street improvements to require them to do more than what they originally or initially agreed to do. Can you remind us what the sales tax and use tax? Oh yeah, yes. So as part of the negotiation in 2009, the developer, which is somewhat typical in Colorado, negotiated sales and use share agreement, whereby the city would give them a credit for 50% of any sales tax generated in the canyon's property and a 50% credit in construction use tax generated from building on the property. The sales and tax shareback credit is good for 35 years. And so that expires in December 2044. And I don't know that we've actually collected any sales tax other than in the amenity center. So they really haven't developed any commercial yet. The use tax sharing is 25 years and that expires in 2034. So for 10 years. With that sales and use tax sharing, you'll note in this handout, with the first amendment to the PD and the annexation and development agreement, we negotiated out because they increased the density of PA 1, 2, and 3. They increased it by 1,000 units of multifamily. So when they came back to ask for that, we said, you're not going to get any sales and use tax credit, or especially the use tax, I should say, on anything more than 500 units in parcels 1, 2, and 3. So anything above that, we don't share any use tax.
And they get the first 500 and then it goes away.
Well, we split the first 500, then it goes away.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
500
So-
units.
Oh, no, I'm just making sure. So is there a limit to if someday we perhaps might have some commercial on the east side, is there a limit to the,
40 years.
so there's no first X millions in revenue or something? There's nothing no situation like that. It's just
Correct.
50-50 until 2044.
Correct.
So the developer's losing money by not
Yes.
having commercial.
Yes. And also the sales and use tax credit does not apply now to anything in PAs 20, 21, 22, and 23, which is formerly the farm. So we excluded that when they sought to amend that zoning district. So there's no
Incentive.
And then also on the Happy Canyon Bridge funding. I just want to make sure we don't miss any of these because these are very important that we understand if the developer comes to us asking for anything in the future. Yeah, and these are pretty technical. I don't know. I can just verbatim read those, but the Happy Canyon Bridge funding, originally they agreed to share their proportionate share of the cost of a bridge replacement up to 37% of the total estimated cost of the replacement bridge for the traffic study. Now, so not an interchange, a bridge. That was what was originally negotiated based on their traffic studies, based on the cities.
In the plan back then was to just replace the bridge.
That's my understanding. I don't recall the specifics, but I think that's correct.
So what percentage of traffic were they expected to have?
37%.
So you're making a distinction between the bridge and the interchange.
Yes.
Okay, so what is, in your mind, what's the difference?
The difference is if you're just talking about a bridge, it is only the bridge and not all the roads associated with it. So when we're building the interchange, it's the bridge and then all of that what is it? Something diamond. Yeah. With all the different roads, the intersections, the signs, the off ramp, the on ramp, all they negotiated for was the
All of
bridge.
that. So we would have, okay.
So it's exponentially more expensive than just a bridge.
May I add something to that? So, federal funding and CDOT funding may be tied to only a bridge replacement and repair or only an interchange. So it gets complicated when we need their money for an interchange and they committed for a bridge replacement. But I think that we can still get the value of a bridge replacement. It's just a matter of negotiating what that really would be, because no one would ever just replace the bridge because it simply doesn't happen anymore.
Well, the fact that it's contentious, that's the reason I asked it, because I'm hearing, because I, in my mind, have a vision of what I would define a bridge being as well.
Right.
And I understand that bridge is useless if you don't have the road to get to it. So, so I don't want a court battle over, a bridge. But to fund just a bridge to nowhere makes no sense either. So, that's what's interesting to me, that you're defining it as I wouldn't define it as an interchange either.
It has to be if we want that kind of funding.
Well, that's CDOT's choice to build that
And
much of a structure. I mean, that's not.
That's what they're requiring of us.
And that's
Yes,
because
that wasn't our choice.
it was poor negotiation in part because nobody anticipated that rather than calling it a bridge, the US Federal Highway Administration would require an interchange because they own the access over their highway. And so
I'm still trying to parse out what funding of the bridge portion would look like if we were going to pull it out. Does that mean they would pay for the roads up to the bridge?
we'd have to actually negotiate, again, the federal formulas. We'd have to figure out how much a bridge would cost and then put that into our applications for when we seek the funding for the interchange. And then calculate what his contribution would be, or negotiate something else with him.
I believe we've already addressed this to some extent.
Yes, we know we have.
I'm sure he's anticipating.
So we're not
I think we
stuck
are in
with just the
discussion,
bridge.
correct, and I think through the first and second amendment to the annexation and development agreement, when they asked for additional density, we added or changed that section to say also, if improvements exceed replacing existing bridge, North Canyons shall pay its share of additional improvements attributable to traffic generated by 1,000 additional family units, not exceeding 3% of the total cost of the additional units. Again, this was all based on traffic analyses and at that time. And then in the second amended, it's a similar, they're going to pay their proportionate share of additional improvements attributable to traffic generated by 1,500 additional units, not exceeding 3% of the total cost.
Can we just have for the rest of the council to understand where those units are upon which that additional traffic is calculated so that they can understand what has to be developed in order for us to actually get that money?
The 1,000 additional multifamily units in through the first amended annexation development agreement and amended PD is in areas 1, 2, and 3. So that's up at Castleton Parkway and I-25. And then the additional 1,500 units is in PA 10 and PA 12 through 19.
Otherwise known as phase 2. East and south.
The far east.
Right, far east and south.
Correct.
We sometimes refer to as the second phase.
No, yeah.
That doesn't take into account any of the commercial.
Well, to the extent that the PA 1, 2, and 3 is involved, it does. So we can't go back and get that money unless he agrees without him starting to develop those sections because his obligation is tied to the development of those additional units. So when we're talking to him, he'll cite that, the owner.
I feel like we're getting off track.
I don't think so. When we're talking about taking one bite at the apple with funding from developer, I mean, I think you have to take all these things into account and how we're should. I want to fully understand.
No, I understand.
What the
Is that
question
the
is.
intent of Donna's presentation today?
It's about understanding what
Yeah.
the look of these dollars look like. And I think that's part of that. I don't know what your objective is here, but mine is to understand what this looks like on the canyons, and this is part of that. And how it works with transportation. This is our largest transportation construction. It's coming, and the blending pieces are really large for us. I've said that before here. I really need to understand where all.
Yeah, at some point, not here, there was reference just made by the mayor and Mr. Blue that some dollar figures already been attributable to the bridge reconstruction. So could I have that offline? Because I didn't realize there was an agreement on that yet. That would be helpful to know.
There's no agreement.
No, I'm sorry, I
There's
must have
just-
misunderstood what you said.
They just have, they're working on estimations, so that it's still not real.
Oh, that's where I was in my mind. I must have misunderstood your comment.
And I thought the number as well. So I was wrong. You heard me right.
Well, there we go. It's an offline conversation that might be worth having because we're getting into sub-regional transportation. So it's offline.
Here's one of them. Okay, and I do want to point out one other thing, Don. I'm not sure if you pointed this out already, but I know that the mayor and I have had a conversation about this in the plan development itself and the original with respect to the commercial area in the marketplace.
Thank you.
They are committed to a maximum of 2.1 million square feet of non-residential with a minimum of 650 square feet with a minimum. So that's the minimum. And 280,000 square feet of which will be retail sales tax generating. And not less than 75 acres of that will be in PA 1, 2, and 3. So I think that's something that they're bound to comply with at this point in time.
I'm sorry,
Just for
what's that?
everyone, that they would like to.
They've asked us to renegotiate that?
They haven't asked us. They have hinted around that to have that go.
Yeah.
That sounds like an opportunity to negotiate
Yeah.
some of what we want.
Yeah.
You lost.
That's why
What do they want to get rid of?
There's a restriction.
Restriction of when they can do building based on when retail is actually
Yeah.
coming.
Yes. So
So that's
just
really
everyone to
important.
know.
Important to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Where is that on the chart?
So it's
I
under,
got the chart
I don't know which
later.
one you have now.
The
colored one.
The one obligate, just the
Orange
obligation.
is-
Yeah.
Okay, and then is it just the 2 feet? Okay, those are just the agreements. So it's actually on the
other one.
PD.
That explains why I didn't see it there. Thank you
Sorry.
very much. No worries.
And
I'll
I
check
have
it
an
out.
extra one if you guys want to pass this around, but that's where that restriction is on the PD.
I can check it in my other materials. Thank you.
And that also explains all of the uses that we've approved and amended
Gotcha.
through time.
Well, that's a good, that's good for us. Good.
Yeah.
Lack of action by a third party, how does that affect dedicated land? Like the school, they gave us so many acres for school board are saying, no money, we're not doing that. So is that land at risk or is it there for?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I think it would be at risk if the school district says they don't need it.
Well, they need it, they just can't afford it. That's what she told us when she was here.
And I have to look at this again, but I think in the school dedication language, it does say if they don't, I mean, we're not just gonna dedicate, they're not gonna dedicate it blindly. They're gonna dedicate it when the school needs it.
Okay. Thank you, that's good.
And we made some changes over time to different lots,
Yes.
so we can negotiate how or how much and make those alterations, because we did that a couple times already.
Yeah, and so the school land dedication is 49 acres plus an additional 8.82 through the First Amendment. And then an additional 21.18 acres in the Second Amendment. And those, as Donna confirmed, they do go to the city first. And then the city conveys it to the school district.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any other questions about that? I think I put the highlights. So I won't belabor there are some Metro District mill levy shareback arrangements that we negotiated. However, those are essentially going away now that the voters Castle Pines approved that. Oh, and we do have the attainable housing workforce agreement in place, which requires them to dedicate 75 attainable workforce housing units. Right?
Who's them moving?
Pardon?
You said requires them, who's them?
To
Developer.
the developer.
Is that, there was a mindset of where that would be? Is there a requirement of where that would be?
Yes, so it is supposed to go into certain planning areas. And in fact, these are the planning areas that we are planning right now.
Yeah.
So it cannot wait, it can't wait. Let me repeat this. So it must go in by the last three planning area, the development of the last three planning areas. So they could have put it in much earlier, but they didn't have to. But now that they're approaching the end of the developing the planning areas, now they're at that point where they have to put it in.
Right.
And so we know that it's going to go, now we know it's going to go in one of three planning areas, but we don't know which one yet.
Okay.
So we're still working on that.
And that remains in the same general area as it was envisioned originally.
Correct.
I think my portion's done.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer any questions offline or over lunch or coffee or whatever, so.
And then we're just kind of like sum things up right now. So with regard to the evolution of the canyon. So the canyons plan development, the zoning part has been amended 4 times. And so typically when the zoning gets amended, that development agreement gets renegotiated as it relates to the proposed zoning. So as you can see, there have been 4 zoning amendments and 3 development agreement amendments, right? And you'll see why this 3rd amendment did not have a development agreement amendment as we just move through that. Next slide. So these are just some maps that go over the geography of the land that was amended with the various PD zoning. So again, there's 4 zonings. The hatched piece represents the actual geography that was amended in the PD plan.
What slide number is that, please? I'm having trouble locating that slide.
24.
Thank you.
So why would you specifically call out a location for an ILS? Curious on all 3 maps.
Yes, so that's one of the FAA towers.
No, it is.
Oh,
Why
yes.
would you specifically, of all the things that could affect an amendment, why would you pick on an ILS?
Oh, so this is a request that comes from the airport.
Okay.
As a reference so if a resident looks at the zoning document, they know, hey, this is
Could be in my backyard.
Exactly.
Got you.
Next slide. Okay, so this is the first zoning amendment. With this amendment, we added 1,000 multifamily residential units, as Linda stated, into planning areas 1, 2, and 3. With these 1,000 additional multifamily units, we received additional parkland dedication. And we did outline a specific planning area that this needed to go. We also received additional.
They all shut down.
We also received additional civic land dedication, also in specific planning areas D, E, and G, and as well as additional school land dedication. And again, we identified what planning areas we wanted the school land to be located in, but again, to be further refined. And then obligations that were related to this amendment. Again, we continued the vested property rights. As you can see, parkland, civic land, school land. We also modified the obligations for street improvements. So they added more roads, which means they're going to need more, wider roads or additional roads. We added that in there. And we also modified the sales tax and use tax sharing so that it did not pertain to this zoning amendment. And we did get additional funding for the Happy Canyon Bridge. So again, as we have added more units, amended the zoning, we have also amended the development agreement. So it is a fair, I guess, negotiation.
So Donna, with the addition of streets and roads, does that mean additional stormwater infrastructure as well?
Yes, the stormwater infrastructure comes at the platting stage, and that we get just from our code.
Oh, okay.
You give us stormwater if you put more streets in. Next slide. All right, so this is the second PD amendment in 2020. They added 1,500 residential units in planning areas 10 and planning areas 12 through 19, as Linda had mentioned. So we did reconfigure some planning areas. We added a really large open space planning area. We got some additional parkland dedication and additional school land dedication. And we did change some site development standards for roadways. It's more like technical stuff that is built into the zoning. And again, there are related obligations. Again, the vested property rights were still included. Parkland, school land, more modification to street improvements with those additional residents, additional Happy Canyon funding, because again, more residents means more use of these roads and these bridges. And then a new Metro District mill levy share back. And this is where we got the 75 attainable housing units with this zoning. That's what we negotiated. We give them more residents, then they have to give us affordable housing. So that's what happened with that. Next slide. So the third PD zoning amendment was very simple. We rezoned to change residential planning areas to have school as the permitted use. Instead of a use by right, it was something that wasn't contemplated at the time of the original zoning. So we want to make sure we got those schools where we wanted them and to make it an easy process. So again, there's no obligations associated with that change. Next slide. Okay, so you'll remember this PD zoning amendment. This is the fourth one. This was the last one. This is where we changed the planning area that were formerly known as farm into the community benefit zone district. So the obligations that were associated with this, again, we included the new zoning into vested property rights. We again modified the sales tax and use tax sharing, so we said no sharing. And then there was a modification of the Metro District levy share back, which again is going to daylight or whatever you want to call it.
Sunset?
Okay, sunset, yes. Next slide.
Close.
All right, so the Canyons annexation and development agreement. So this is an overview of the changes. So in terms of the annexation boundary, what is included in the Canyons PD, there's been no changes. It's the same outline of the property now as it was back in 2009. Zoning has changed. Elements of the zoning has changed, as well as elements of the obligations have changed over time, and they have been commensurate with the zoning changes. Next slide. On the left is the original zoning map. So again, you'll see yellow and the orangey colors. Those are the residential planning areas. Green are the open space planning areas. The red are the mixed use planning areas. What you have seen change from the very first planning map is this change in this area. It went from farm, open space planning to community benefit zone. And you'll also see in the top right-hand corner, it used to be a residential planning area. It is now an entire open space area. So visually, in terms of planning area boundaries, that's what the biggest changes that you see. Next slide. Okay. So the Canyons PD now, it has 42% more open space than it did from the very beginning. There are 12 residential planning areas. There's only one residential planning area. No changes to the mixed use planning areas. 4 new community benefit planning areas, which is in the blue. And then there are now 14 open space planning areas. And again, there's 42% more open space overall. And then, so in terms of parks, the increase in parks dedication to 316.1 acres. Civic acreage also increased so now it is 35 acres, 79 acres for school. Fire stations remain the same at 1.5, and the transit dedication is the same at 4 acres. Next, so again, same basic road network, and the special areas that we have talked about previously are the same.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Just so that I can wrap my head around this. The net result of how we got the extra open space was when they asked for more density or more units.
That's correct.
Okay.
So we took the open space here and we gave them their densified residential units in this general area. Next slide. Okay. So no changes to the land use types. We still have uses by right, accessory uses, and uses by special review. The heights by planning areas are still the same. We still have setbacks for the canyons that are based on lot size and type of use. So in terms of intensity of land use, so the canyon started off with, 15. I can't remember. So we added 2,500 residential units. We now have 5,000. There are still the same minimum and maximum square footage for the mixed use areas. We did add some density or some development opportunities within the community benefit zone district. And that is based on a floor area ratio. So basically, the taller a building, the less space they can take up on the ground. So again, they could be dense, going up, but not going out. And that's how we had planned that area. The next slide.
Up to a certain number of feet.
Feet. Okay, so here we are. This is the land use status as of May of 2024. We have 2,386 residential units approved. So pending, which are under review, are 1,618 units. So what we have actually built or under construction is approximately 1,153. So in the mixed use commercial areas, which were the red areas that you saw, it's approved for 112,542 square feet, but all we have right now is 3,642, which is the copy exchange. Right? we got. We don't have any pending commercial development in the Canyons PD.
Actually,
Yeah.
so on the previous slide, you don't have to go back, but what's the difference? It said that the maximum square footage would be 2.1 million. What is this 112,000 square footage? This is just for mixed use, the 2.1 was for total commercial?
So let me just remind myself. Oh, so it's approved, meaning so
So if you go back to the previous slide.
yeah. So there's a minimum and a maximum approved for the mixed use.
The maximum square footage.
Where is 112? What is?
So it's the community center and it's the exchange.
Are we talking the next
So-
slide? Where are we looking at?
So what does this mean? The footage for a commercial, minimum of 650 to 2.1 million maximum, of which 280,000 must be retail sales. But on the next page, so then what is the 128,000?
112.
112,000.
Yeah. Okay, next slide. So what we have approved in the Canyons is what is the gym?
Oh,
The fitness? So that's approved. It's just not built.
Okay.
It means it's went through the process.
Correct. So it's been approved
Okay.
as a commercial square footage. It just hasn't been built.
So 109, 108,000 is the square footage of lifetime, since that's the only thing that's been approved besides the exchange.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't make that.
Is there a site plan for Lifetree yet?
Yes.
May I clarify that exchange and the community center are considered commercial or mixed use or community benefit?
So the Exchange Coffee House is considered commercial.
Okay, and that community center, that's part of the Canyons is.
It's included in that square footage.
Okay, and it's all commercial.
Correct.
Gotcha.
It not be commercial because it's only for them. It's not the whole city.
It is for the whole city.
No, not the community
It's not
center.
the community center. That's the HOA only.
Okay, so maybe so do you mean like,
Pool, the gym. all
oh,
that
no,
stuff.
correct. Nope, that's not included in there.
So what?
This is just the exchange.
Oh, so
Just the
you,
exchange.
the exchange, the exchange.
Lifetime is exchange.
Yeah.
That's it.
You're using the term community center
I picked
and
that up
exchange
from
are
my,
the same things.
you said
That's
community
lifetime
center.
and exchange.
You've been calling it, you said exchange and community center.
I understand.
I don't think I said, I don't remember saying community. center.
I asked the
I
question
meant
because
civic
Michael
center,
used
so-
the term.
Oh.
We just listen. It's not a big deal.
So there's two things. Council member, so we've identified the 112, it's lifetime and the exchange.
Yes.
Councilmember Blue is asking what, and I may have used the wrong term, but the Shays HOA facility that is being built. Why is that? I think he's asking, where is that in the totality of the commercial square footage that is allowed within the canyons?
Gotcha. So that is not included in here. And yes, thank you for reminding me, there is going to be a small portion that is going to be commercial related.
Steakhouse, right?
No, it's like they're gonna, well, yeah, they're gonna serve food within that amenity center, which actually I wonder if that is, I'm assuming that's gonna be open to the public. Let me check. Okay.
Yes.
So let me recalculate and get that square footage included.
The first I've heard of a steakhouse, but
Yeah, I had heard of a stakeout. So that's the phase 3 then.
so I can go to that, or do I have to remove it? Like exchange, exactly like that.
Okay.
The chalet.
Okay, we'll make sure we get that added into the calculation. Understand that portion of retail in there. Okay, any other questions? Did we clear it up? My apologies. Next slide. Okay, so what's in blue represents what has changed from the very first topics of obligations to now. We've added a Metro District mill levy share back was added, and that affordable housing component was added. Next slide. Okay, so here is the status. Annexation fees paid. Vested property rights are still in place. School land dedication have been met. Civic land dedication is pending. Parkland dedication, some have been met and some is pending, but we are on track. Transit land dedication is pending, as well as the fire station land dedication that is pending but on track.
I didn't know the civic land dedication was pending. Can we get a briefing on that at some point? What is it? You
Sure.
don't have to go into the detail.
Sure. So the civic land dedication is outlined to be provided to us within the community benefits.
Mm-hmm.
So at the time of platting is when we will negotiate its location and the amounts at that time. So it's something we're just waiting to get it. It will occur over time as that development occurs.
Is there something in process to identify it?
Yeah, there's just a dedicated function.
Well, and Councilmember Mulvey, you know, to your, I think the specifics in your question, it's part of it's a negotiated agreement on when and what the council ultimately wants to use it for. Because if you think back over time, the total amount I think is 35 acres. We've kind of got 10 set aside for the southern area for the future public works facility. And
Yeah.
remember, with Dog Nation, we had put, I think, 10 or 12 acres under the Dog Nation.
Right.
And that would have been out of that 35 acres. So it's really sitting there in arrears until the council says we want to use some of that civics land in that CBZ or potentially renegotiate a relocation into, for example, PA1, if there was in particular need that the council saw for PA1. So there's no timing ultimately for when it would happen. And until that area gets developed, it really has been initiated by the council.
That clarifies, I think, my question pertaining more to what pending really meant.
Yeah.
So that clarifies
Pending
it.
is in,
Not yet done.
yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. It's at your discretion.
Thank you.
Next slide. Okay, so sales tax and use tax, that's in place. Street improvement obligations, some are met, some are pending, but we are on track. The Happy Canyon Bridge funding, again, pending meaning yet to come, but we're aware of it. It's agreed upon. The Metro District Mill Levy share back is in place, and the affordable housing is pending. So again, but on track, we're aware of it. We're agreeing to it, just hasn't happened yet because the planning hasn't happened. Next slide. So I wanted to give you an idea of some glimpses into the future, what is happening in the canyons. We are going to be adding a bit of land into the canyons PD. So as you may be aware, we are realigning the South Havana Street. And so we will, once we move it over, the property from the current alignment will be incorporated into the Canyons PD. So we will have to assign that little piece of property zoning. Also, something else that's pending is that the developer team, or Shay specifically, would like to move one of those special areas where we allow neighborhood commercial on the east side. Just move it from one planning area right next door to a different one. It makes good sense in terms of how it's laying out over there. And then,
is that like to the other side of Canyonside Boulevard or something, or something?
Honestly, it's just kind of like northwest across the gulch.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. And then obligations. So we will talk about what obligations would be needed with any of these next PD changes. Okay. That are deemed necessary for the annexation of that Havana and for to move the neighborhood commercial area. Next slide.
Is the The applicant for the Havana annexation is the owner and the applicant for the neighborhood commercial change is Shay.
Yes, the owner
Okay.
being the developer, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so these are just the land use processes that you're going to see. You're going to see a PD amendment. Again, to incorporate that piece of Havana into the PD, as well as move the neighborhood commercial center. These will come before you. As well as any annexation agreement amendment associated with those two zoning items. You will also see a preliminary plan, coming up as they are doing more subdivision of land in the canyons, and a super block plat in the canyons too, where they take large chunks of property that have not been platted, and so plat it into less large pieces of property so that they could actually sell it to other people to further develop. So these are the types of things you're going to be seeing.
Doctor, question, is there a maximum square footage for something to, is there a maximum square footage that something could be considered a neighborhood commercial center? Like, how is it defined?
So there's particular uses.
But there's no square footage next.
No, the square footage would be, or the density would be controlled by setbacks and height.
Okay, and there are, we don't have to go through now, there are specific uses.
Yeah.
Solely for, or.
That can go into a neighborhood commercial area.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what defines.
Yeah.
But it could be 100,000 square foot neighborhood commercial center.
I
I'm
don't think that's one of those. Yeah.
The space facing, which piece on the map they want to move. That's the space that it has for anything.
So next slide. Okay, so this is just a glimpse of the Havana realignment over here on the left. Oh, I was just mentioning. And then again, just an idea of what we're moving stuff. Next slide.
Smoothing things around.
Well, we have had pre-submittals for these items. Yes. These are not, yeah. And then this is the preliminary plan that's going on for that east side of the canyons. So this is in review, something that will come to you as preliminary plan and then subsequent plats.
Is there a time frame when we might see that coming, or is it sometime in the future, whenever?
In the near future.
Like 1 year, 2 years?
Probably before then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know, a while back we were told 10 or 15, so it's a legitimate question.
We're now in 40.
Next one.
It could be.
And then again, this is also something that we have gotten a preliminary pre-submittal meeting for, just some further subdivision going on in the canyons and their mixed use areas. Next slide.
Oh, real quick on the Havana realignment. That's owner, the land that's associated with tract A and B and lot 2 and 3, that's the owner developer. The Havana realignment is the owner developer.
Yes, correct.
But tract A and B and lot 2 and 3 are also owner developer.
Yes, so I guess I would want to make sure that the map you're referring to. So everything in there is all owner. Yes.
Okay.
All one owner.
Thank you for that clarification.
Are we continuing this, or the meeting starts at 6:30?
We're just gonna, we're almost, she goes through all this.
Okay.
So we're just gonna start.
So again, just want to wrap up our learning goals. What is a PD district? It's a customized and negotiated zoning versus a typical zoning district that is standardized. The PD, the Canyons PD, that's the ground rules for development. It has its own zoning regulations, its own subdivision regulations, and hybrid site development standards. Next slide. We talked about what a traffic study is, what we use it for with the Canyons plan development. Next slide. We've talked about how the Canyons PD has evolved. We've had 4 PD zoning amendments, 3 annexation development agreement amendments. Next slide. Again, this is just the current status of the Canyons Plan development. We have built residential units, pending residential units, and still more to go, as well as we're working on commercial square footage. And in terms of the planning areas as a whole, residential is on its way. Commercial is we're still waiting for that to get started, but this is a normal type of process. Usually residential goes first and then the commercial comes in. Next slide. Then this was just our little pop quiz. I wanted to ask you, are the Canyons PD zoning and subdivision regulations guiding or law-abiding documents?
Law-abiding.
Law-abiding. Does the city council or planning commission make the decisions on zoning, plating, and development agreements?
Planning commission.
Zoning,
Planning commission.
city council.
Oh.
So does city
Even
council?
on development agreements.
City
Okay.
council. And then city council or planning commission make the decision on site improvement plans.
It's planning commission.
Okay.
Okay.
Does the Canyons PD still have farm zoning?
No.
What is the name of the
Kinda.
newest planning area in the Canyons? Is it community benefit or community core?
Benefit.
Is the mixed use marketplace the name of a PD zoning special area or a type of design?
Special area.
Is the Canyons traffic impact study a one and done assessment of traffic or is it recurring assessment of traffic? Does the Canyons ADA provide more or less parkland dedication now than it did in 2009? Okay, and then here's your bonus question. Can the city change the ground rules of the Canyons plan development?
But you can renegotiate.
No, so the developer must agree to change the ground rules. That's it.
Thank you very much. We will reconvene at 6:40.